Hello? Oh, okay, that was weird. Um, the microphone um source had decided to change itself from the audio interface that I have to nothing for some reason. Anyways, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, hello, Three Cats and Maker Cat and Wheels and anyone who's lurking. It is nice to see all of you. Um, what? How how have you all been today? I have been asleep for most of my day. I was either asleep or away from the computer, so I didn't have time to do a couple of the things that I really wanted to. But I did add a new feature to stream. It's a new redeem. Hi Moz. Stop meowing in my chat. Holy shit, stop meowing in my chat. Fuck, it's like hurting cats in here. Literally. Oh fuck. My shoes! Yes, you can now knock me into zero G. And in the future, that will work even if I have a three-dimensional environment. Or it should, actually. That's actually microgravity. No, I perfectly circularized the orbit. You don't understand. It's zero G. Sorry, excuse me. Um, well, no, actually, you're still under the force of gravity. It just doesn't matter. That's all. Lick yourself? I can't. I don't have the arm tracking. Zero G is a misnomer. Well, no, I mean, technically speaking, there is curvature in space-time that is being affected by mass everywhere in the universe. It's just that it trends towards nothing at a certain distance. It is extremely similar to how you cannot have a true vacuum. Well, yeah, you do have your own gravity. That's also the case. There's actually okay. Well, I mean, like, okay, if you got like cut in half by a sword or something in the middle of space, your two halves should eventually come back together. It would probably take quite a while, especially if there was a lot of force involved. I don't know what the escape velocity of something that's like, I don't know. What is the escape velocity of something that's 70 pounds? Probably really low. You remember noting, wow, size up earlier than usual, like 2 hours later I clocked the fuck back out. Okay, so I was being irresponsible and playing video games early in the morning this morning. And then I left the house at like 9 and slept in the car. And then I woke up and then I slept in the car. And then I woke up and I slept in the car. And then I got home and then I slept at home. Pretty sure the amount of time it would take for your two halves to recombine after tracing the curvature of the universe is longer than. No, probably not. Um, actually. That depends entirely on the force involved in slicing you in half. If it was like a very gentle push, they'd be back together, I think, in a couple of hours. Also, welcome in, Ravy. Wake the fuck up. You need to train for the derby? No, I do not. No, I do not. But also, another interesting thing happened today. It snowed for the first time. Um, it snowed for the first time, which means I can finally stream Frostpunk whenever I want to. Um, I didn't want to stream it if it wasn't gonna snow. That's like sad. You were thinking years? I don't think it would be that long. Arcing his Raiders. I was playing some Arc Raiders. Um, it's pretty fun. That game has some problems, but overall, it's an enjoyable experience. Two apples at rest, separated by a meter distance in space, take about 3 days to touch. Right, but an apple is weighs a lot less than half a human torso, so probably wouldn't take as long. We did have some sick raids. Quickly chat, throw objects at him. Don't fucking do that. Wait, what do you mean AO kept his end of the deal? Ow! What's that about? What does that mean? Don't throw things at me. Also, I bet... Oh! Why the fuck did I just... What the hell? Did something... Hold on, something maybe fucked up with my gravity settings. What the fuck is... Huh? Why did that... Uh-oh, did I fuck something up? Hold on, I need to figure this out really quick. Maybe the default gravity setting is not -1. There's no way they use meters per second as the... There's no way. Oh my god, it might be meters per second. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, let me try this. I've accidentally set myself to like moon gravity. Hold on. Oh, Maker, thank you for the tier 2 subscription. Thank you for the 7 months. That's very kind of you. Oh, no! That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Ow, ow. Okay, now I need to test this again. Oh, it's got to be like -9.81. They actually has to be using meters per second. That when you default enter in the gravity, um, the node says -1. It is not -1. It's not -1, actually. Using meters per second like any sane individual, you mean? Right, but my thought was that the program might be zeroed to, or rather, sorry, it might be using a base where 1 is actually equivalent to an Earth gravity. It might be using G's as its force number instead of meters per second. Now a G is just 9.81 meters per second, but um, hope you like the atmosphere diamonds or whatever. No, no. I mean, at some point, well, no, at some point you'd get buoyancy you'd be buoyant way before. Um, wait, does that even work? No, that doesn't work. Humans need there to be a buoyancy gradient, like the difference between oxygen and, or sorry, the difference between air and water in order to float. I think if it's all gradually increasing gravity pressure or gradually increasing gas pressure, I don't think you ever achieve buoyancy in that because you'll equalize as you drop. I think. How many newtons is your new model? Well, it depends on um if you're talking about like the gravitational, like the downwards force. Sorry, not the downwards force, but if you're talking about the normal force when he's like standing on an object, that depends on the gravity that you're under. Go test it out, go to Jupiter. I'm not doing that. Also, if your test turns out to be bad, you fucking die. I think that's a I don't think that's a good idea. But anyways, I got some of the motion tracker stuff working. I had to dig out my leap motion and then recalibrate it, and then I realized that that thing is not gonna be super great for what I'm planning to use it for. It doesn't have a very long range, but that's okay. You guys don't need to see my finger tracking if I'm far away from the camera. Sci-Fi Mythbusters, where one of the guys has an endless cloning machine. That's just that one that's that one fucking Twitter account where it's like the like CGI people in increasingly bizarre and deadly circumstances. What the fuck is that account even doing now? What the fuck is that account even doing now? The videos have been getting stranger and stranger. But honestly, you could combine an account like that with like someone with a good background in physics or astronomy, and you could make videos like that. That could be like an actual science fiction channel niche. I'm sure there's already been a billion like what would it feel like to be spaghettified videos. But there's a whole lot of other things you could do. Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea, Wheels. Um, where was I? Oh yeah, so I do have plans to play Frostpunk sometime soon. Um, Today I'll be playing more Endless Sky. We haven't really seen any of the story because I've been focusing on getting rid of my debt in that game. But we just did that at the end of the last stream, so from here on out the game will be more interesting. And I started downloading stuff for Star Sector, but I actually don't want to stream Star Sector um yet. Now, the two games are related. If you like Endless Sky, you will like Star Sector. But Star Sector is a lot closer to um Star Sector is a lot closer to EV Nova, that game that I mentioned previously, than it is, or no, other way around. Sorry, Endless Sky is a lot closer to EV Nova. It's supposed to be a spiritual successor to it, basically. Whereas Star Sector is something somewhat new, which is why the combat mechanics are entirely different. Star Sector instead is more like a um total war game, or I mean, you can play it like one, but it's actually supposed to be played like what's the game where you're like a knight and you run around on the map, but then when you go into combat, you're a person, but you also have allies that you've hired. Is that Banner Lord or Mountain Blade or whatever the fuck? What the fuck is the what is that series of games called? Wait, what are you doing in this situation? Is the Earth's crust being torn asunder? Probably I will die. Yes, it is space slop tonight. It is space slop. I've now just made it up in my world building that the like high calorie nutrient paste created for spaceships in this world setting that my character exists in is now it's called in slang space slop. It has an actual name, but that's not what anybody calls it. Steer a truck off a cliff crash simulator memes. I love the ones where it's like, would I survive in this situation? And it's like, yeah, I'd survive, but it gets increasingly more like bullshit and made up. Why the person that is currently reacting to the video would survive? They're all BeamNG React videos. I actually have BeamNG, but I haven't really played it in a long time. It's a fun game if you like driving cars and smashing them to pieces. I can trigger a basic raffle, I think. Or no, can I do... Oh no, that's the basic one. Whoops. I meant to do the more expensive one. How do I trigger that one? The stupid stream elements gambling is the best feature I've ever added to this chat. There we go. That's a 5K one. I don't remember how to trigger the special one. That's like 27,000 points or whatever. There was a significance behind that number, by the way. I don't remember what it was. Wait. Oh wait, isn't it like 2718? That is actually a significant number. That's I think not the natural logarithm pulled forward by a few decimal points. No, Moz, please. Please. Oh, I don't have an alert for that, but Maker, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Um, I forgot that was a feature that Twitch had. I don't usually ever get streaks of people. Because I find it difficult to watch streams all the time, especially when people will stream and I'll be asleep the entire time. Um, the only people I'm ever able to... Oh, Wheels, thank you for the 7 stream streak. That does give you free channel points, by the way, when you do that. Um, this is so sad. I'm so sorry, Moz. I'm so sorry, Moz. But I can't subsidize your well, you're on an 8 stream streak. Wow, that's really impressive. I was gonna say the only people I can ever get stream streaks on are Harupi sometimes. And I think I might have a stream streak with Sunny. Because both of those people stream late as fuck, so I'm actually able to like hop in for a moment. But people like Lindelm and also Sunny, it's hard to keep streams. It's hard to keep streams with them because they stream so often that like if I fuck up one day, it's over. Um, Harubi has been streaming less because she was on vacation and now she's moving. Uh, but I can't wait to see when she starts streaming again. Very excited. Um, and then there's a few other late night streamers that I like to watch, like Barrel. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure all of these people are Americans. You'd think it would be like Australian streamers or Japanese. No, no, these are all Americans with really awful sleep schedules. Actually, no, I think I have assumed Beryl is American, but that may not be the case, actually. Something's wrong with my... No, nothing is wrong with my arms. Wait, yeah, actually, what the fuck is... I need to check something really quickly. There's supposed to be an input somewhere for the angle of my arms. Where the fuck is that, actually? Give me just one moment. Wow, wherever it is, I don't remember where it is. That's annoying. Huh, that's unfortunate. Oh my god, can you see that on screen? Whoops. You guys are seeing the fucking pendulum animations. You're not supposed to be able to see that. No, 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 no. Hold on. No, 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 no. Okay. Much better. Those govern a bunch of different, like, movement animations, and I don't remember which ones. I need to actually fine tune those, but they're working pretty well on the default settings, so I haven't touched them. I do not owe you. I do not owe you a million coins. Sorry. Oh, where are my glasses? You took my glasses. I can't see. You literally can subsidize us. Um, I can. I'm not going to though. Like I could, but I'm not going to. This is because you have to believe in the like gambler's heart to win. I can't do that for you. Hold on, I'm gonna... Oh, I never mind. I think I know what the issue is. Give me just one moment to fix this, actually. It is actually under the pendulum of physics. Where the fuck are you? Or maybe not? Oh, actually, okay. There is a way to change the default angle of the arms. I have to add an offset to it. That's annoying. I'm not going to do that right now. You guys are just going to have to deal with the slight clipping. It's not the end of the world. I swear that there used to be an angle input option somewhere, but now I can't find it. Anyways, that's not important. Sorry. I just wanted to get to the bottom of that little issue. Me and Wheels have contributed more to the more circulation of the economy than literally anybody else, and it's not even close. I hate to tell you this. Isn't display? What the fuck are you? What do you mean display? What? Huh? What are you? What are you talking about? Sorry, I don't understand what that comment is in reference to. You've never gotten a YouTuber ad read for display? No, I don't think so. I have. I've definitely gotten a lot of annoying YouTuber ads, but I don't think I've ever heard of that one. I'm too poor to afford bread, so I guess it's back to the hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Sorry, hunter-gatherer. Um, oh look a stoat. Don't don't you fucking dare try me. We are evil predators. You know that, right? You can't take me. I'd win. Anyways, what I was going to say was there's no actual circulation in the Steam Elements economy because Stream Elements can just print points, and when you lose them, they disappear into nothingness. Okay, but you're one apple tall. But that's so fucked up. That's actually so fucked up. The model is literally scaled to be 5'11". I am not short. I'm like this is like a normal. I'm a normal height. Come on, please. Everyone just thinks I'm like short in spirit, which is even more fucked up. Actually, it's actually worse. 4 foot tall energy. Stop making yourself out to be a short being. What does that mean? Okay, the chibi model is like 4 point something feet tall. That one is actually short. The orange one. But the blue robot and this model are about the same height. 5 inches and 11/6. That's so fucked up. You can't say that. You can't say that. That's so fucked up. I bet you're 5'3". I'm literally not. No, I'm 5'11". You guys are so mean. Should have upgraded your proportions. My proportions are normal. I'm just like not not in shape. So I don't have any like muscles, which is like a real life problem. My arms are very thin. This model has thicker arms, but it's actually an illusion. It's because of the fur. If the fur wasn't there, if the fur wasn't there, he'd have noodle arms. It's all a fucking lie. No, do not shave my arms. That would look so fucked up. Can you? Okay, look at the ends of the arms though. Look at the ends of the hands. Right? There's like claws and pads there. If you shaved off all the fur, that would look really fucking weird. He'd look like one of those oh, what do you call them? He'd look like one of those like cats, the Sphinx cats or whatever. The hairless ones, whatever those are called. It would be fucked up and weird. dunking you in Nair. I think that is would have worse. I think that would be that would not be good. Okay, so the problem with Nair is that it's literally just an acid. Um, you cannot, excuse me, you cannot dunk somebody. Okay, just give me 1 second. You cannot dunk somebody into Nair, or you're gonna like fuck up their eyes and like, yeah, mostly their eyes and their face. Like that shit is like really bad. Bingus toggle? That's an awful idea. Although I do wonder, can I toggle off the. Hold on. I want to check something really quickly. You can keep the helmet on. How about that? Okay, then he would look like a fucking poodle. He would look like a poodle. Or, like a regular human being when they. But that's even more fucked up. Hold on, I want to test something really quickly. Oh my god. No! Oh, that took the antenna with it, actually. I did not expect that to happen. Right, I forgot about that. Sorry about it. You guys did not see that. You guys did not see that. You guys did not see that. Also, you might be wondering why the top of the head is dark. That's actually just me. That's me painting on shadow for the like underneath the bangs. Um, if I had a bald toggle, I think I'd find a way to remove that shadow, but I'm not going to do that because I don't care. But it's funny, actually, I can just remove various parts of the model if they're their own game object. So like if I was a particularly bad character designer, and by that I mean if I worked for MiHoYo and I was like a Genshin Impact character designer, I could just do this. I could just do this, and then my character would look weird because I have ears, but then I don't have a tail. I think I can wait. I can actually hold on. I can remove the shoes. Actually, I never did that. I can like take off my shoes, and I don't have any shoes. Not that it changes very much, but it is an option because they're their own game object again. And then if I could make the body disappear, but the suit and the harness and the oxygen tank and the skin and fur are all part of the same object. So it would just be I would just be a floating head and then also a pair of shoes and a tail. More men should have big fluffy tails. Changed my mind. I'm not going to actually. No, that's just real shit actually. Don't look at the. Oh god, did you guys fucking take a picture of me bald? Oh god, you did. It's so bad. It looked okay. The reflection off of the helmet makes it look like my bald head is reflecting light. That's so fucked up. That's, that's so fucked up, actually. I'm so close to Sino's location. No, the fuck you're not. No, you're not. I'm in orbit. Good luck. Good luck. I'd like to see you do an orbital intercept maneuver. That was the helmet. The head is not reflective. Um, I killed the reflective um shader on the head so it didn't look weird because the face has custom normals. What do you mean look up? Oh, orbital space laser. No, you can't do that. You don't have lenses that good. You don't have lenses that good. That shit falls off after 100 kilometers. My goat fell off after 100 kilometers. Okay, here's the problem, right, with the whole like the problem with like the whole tungsten rod intercepts you in orbit at Mach 15 is that I'm pretty sure a rail projectile once fired would a railgun projectile would heat up. Also, like the firing of a railgun would be really obvious from far away if it has a lot of energy. The problem is, if you want to smash apart a spaceship, you have to be firing a projectile that is. Thank you for giving me my glasses back, by the way. Um, the problem with uh, like a big railgun in space that's very far away is you cannot fire it stealthily. Anything at high enough energy is going to be visible from far away. But also, if it weren't, like say you accelerated something up in the shadow of a planet, um, you have to be really careful about that. Because in order to hit your target, uh, if you put a lot of speed into it, like it's going to be high energy. But if there's not a lot of speed into it, then you need to account more for gravitational, like orbital mechanics. And then the problem becomes, how good is your computational prediction of gravity? Because if it's off by even a little, you're gonna miss your target by like 20 meters. Like the spaceship will just be sitting there, and this big fucking railgun round is going to pass right by them, and they're going to laugh at you for not including the like gravitational pull of some random moon in the asteroid belt that you didn't know was there, or you weren't accounting for. So it starts to be like, in order to make an accurate intercept with a railgun round at a long range, you start having to have accurate orbital models of the entire solar system affecting your one projectile. And that is really difficult. So difficult, in fact, they named a book series after it. It's called The Three Body Problem. But the problem is, this isn't three bodies, actually. This is many, many, many bodies acting on one object. All of which that are also moving at the same time. Good luck. And they're also affecting each other. Have fun. What if you just nuked a manhole cover? It would vaporize itself before it reached space. I'm sorry, I hate to say it, Maker. That manhole cover never made it to space. That shit vaporized before it got that far. It never made it. It never made it. What if guided nuclear missile? That is a lot more of an effective weapon. If you've got something that can change its course at the last minute. Now, it doesn't really have the element of surprise, but it's still a very effective weapon. Missiles are. I was say in space, lasers are pretty effective. That kind of depends on certain material considerations and how good your manufacturing of lenses is. I'm sure that they could eventually get lasers that work at a very far distance. Missiles are an extremely effective weapon because of their ability to, change their trajectory at the last moment. I mean, that's what makes them effective in real life, on Earth, in an atmosphere. Same thing still applies in space. But then railguns have the issue where it's like, it's a solid projectile. Even if your thing is going, many kilometers per second, that's still a lot of time at the ranges that we're talking about. The thing about the three-body problem is that it was specifically three star-sized objects orbiting each other. Well, yes, because then you have you have a very center that's outside of all three stars. And I believe that that actually is an inherently unstable system. Usually orbital mechanics aren't that complicated. Well, and then there's the other thing. If you're firing a railgun close to a target, your orbital mechanics aren't complicated. Or they are complicated, but they don't really matter that much. Because the deviation's going to be like a couple inches. Wait. Your mama was that one object last night? Oh, okay. God damn. Okay. But then, if you're trying to fire a railgun at a target stealthily, then you want to be very far away. Then your orbital mechanics considerations start mattering a lot. Because the one big thing in space is that if your object emits a lot of heat, it's really hard to hide it from any kind of sensors. This is because pretty much any amount of temperature, whether you even if you don't have like a human crew, if you just have like a computer on board a probe, that's still going to be way above the um infrared radiation emitted by the cosmic background radiation. Which means that you can be seen from pretty much any distance, as long as there isn't something between you and the object. If you know, if you're trying to block your visibility from someone where you know where they are already, then it is easy to hide in space. If you don't know where they are, then it's pretty much impossible. And you can do all sorts of things like do orbital maneuvers only when you're in the shadow of a planet relative to someone looking at you, and then they may not necessarily be able to track you very well. Because you could always do something like, have like a shield, not like an energy shield like in the Star Wars or something, but like literally a giant plate. Paint it black, and then cool it, and then just radiate the heat off the back side of it. Point that towards somebody, and make sure that the temperature of the plate is equal to the is it microwave cosmic background radiation? They can't see you now from that direction. So while stealth is like difficult in space, it's not impossible. And I was gonna say radar has like a hard limit to how far you can really see something, um, because of like the square cube. No, not square cube law. Sorry, inverse square law. That shit falls off really quickly, and then it becomes indistinguishable from background radiation. Which means that you can, if you have a radar on, you can also not see very far and not be seen very far. Like radar is actually not the best kind of sensor to use in space, but it's good if, for example, an object is hurtling towards your starship that isn't emitting any heat, like a fragment of a rock or something. You're reminded of the basketball hoop from the moon image. Yes, a lot of orbital mechanics are you are throwing the basketball on the moon and you want to hit a hoop on Earth. Good luck. You like the way that the Lost Fleet series handled it, where ships usually moved at relativistic speeds, usually 0.2 or 0.3. You had to factor in quantum probability into the mix. I don't know how quantum probability would affect that. But yes, when you're moving that fast, the object is literally closer than it appears. Um, because of like the time it takes for light to get there. Well, actually, any sufficiently farther away object is going to be in a different position than it appears. For example, if you look out in space and you look at Mars, the Mars you're seeing has actually shifted slightly by like Is it like 30 minutes worth of orbit or something? It's like, you know, you wouldn't be able to notice it very much on a telescope, but at point 3C, as you approach anything, you're going to be blue shifting the light to all fuck. That's okay. That's the other thing. I'm pretty sure when you're traveling at relativistic speeds, you are very visible. Well, that's the other thing. In order to get up to point 3C, you will be visible to pretty much everybody, unless you want to spend like 100 years with an ion engine. What about Gaydar? How good is that for your ship? Um, Based on my track record of like liking fictional characters that I later learn are lesbians, that it's pretty bad actually. At relativistic speeds, where you are becomes less of a less absolute concept. What? I'm sorry. What? I don't know how I don't know how relativity has anything to do with quantum probability, considering that famously those two systems don't interact very well. And by famously, I mean it's been the subject of research for like century now. Because here's the thing, right? You can either accelerate objects with high energy engines or platforms, but then you're very visible. But if you do low energy, then it's gonna take a really long ass time. That's why really big fusion engines, by the way, are literally called torch fusion engines because they are visible from star systems away when you're firing them. Now, granted, someone in Alpha Centauri wouldn't see you fire the engine until 4 years later, but they would eventually see it. There was something I wanted to look up. What was it? I was gonna say, does it matter if it's sensitive? If it's too fast for them to do anything about it? Well, that's the thing. How fast is too fast is different for a starship than for a planet. If you want to hit a planet with like a really high velocity, like a relativistic kill device or whatever the fuck they're called, that's really easy, sort of. Well, no, it's still difficult when you're firing from star systems away. Um, but launching like a high velocity projectile at a starship, that's really difficult. Not only are starships small, they're capable of, you know, moving themselves, changing their trajectory if something is wrong. Um, there was something else I was trying to look up. At, yeah, at point 0.5 the speed of light, they'll see it 4 years before you pull up. Right, because it would take you 8 years to get to Alpha Centauri, but the light only takes four. So you'd be halfway there by the time that they saw it. Can a ship made of any known material survive traveling at that speed? Um, then it's important to know that the Mars you look at in the sky is the Mars that exists right now. If you were to teleport to it, you wouldn't teleport to a Mars 8 minutes in the future, but rather to the one you're seeing right now. Well, no. That depends entirely on the mechanics of your teleportation. I'm pretty sure wormholes, while theoretically possible, um, do disregard causality. Which is okay. We don't have to preserve that. Hello, Geg. Welcome in. Welcome in. Morning cartoons type streamer. I don't know if that's. I'm a morning cartoons type streamer. If your morning cartoon is. I don't know. I got nothing. Sorry. I'm just saying if your teleportation is instant, that would be how it works. Right. Sorry, I'm thinking of a teleportation that brings you forward in time relative the amount of uh distance. Which is weird because if you went from Earth to Mars and then Mars to Earth, you'd be traveling forwards relative both frames of reference, but you'd if you went back to Earth, you'd arrive right back after you left. We are not talking about this again, by the way. I remember the last time that we talked about this and it sidetracked the stream for like an hour. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again. We are not talking about closed time-like curves. We are not. We are not talking about that shit. I'm not dealing with it. I was working on a theoretical kind of not theoretical, but just like a type of faster than light travel, which would be interesting for a story and not introduce too many problems. Can we talk about your book? Ah! No, 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 stop, stop. I'm sorry you have to see this gag. Please. Please. No. No, you can talk about my cheeks. Look. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that facial expression because I never make that facial expression. No, please stop. There was like a 1 second cooldown on the explode. You'd like to smack those with a wad of cash. Well, you can as long as I get to keep it. That no, we need to some limits here. I know I said last stream that like oh you couldn't pay me any amount of money to do that is like just like bullshit for most things. Like if you paid me enough, I'd do a lot of things. Um, but we need some limits here. We need some limits here. I don't know what they are, but we'll figure it out. That sounds worse, actually. Forget I mentioned anything. Any okay, anytime I read the word sellout, my brain immediately thinks the stupid it thinks of the song. It thinks of the song. Side I'm about to add a poll redeem. You just gave me the greatest fucking idea ever. Guys, get this. Okay, so my character exists in a world with like lots of different space stations. And there's a very heavy amount of the population. Well, not a heavy amount of the population living in microgravity. It's still a minority, and most of those people probably prefer to be in spinning habitats. But imagine this: zero gravity pole dancing. Think about it. Think about it. No science fiction author has touched on this yet. Hello, BBmon. I'm sorry that you had to. I'm sorry that you had to enter stream right on that note. So redeem next stream then. We'll need to see an example. You are one greedy motherfucker. I'm not doing that. You should make video game essays on YouTube. Your voice suits it. Like this kind of nerdy but not annoying voice. That's so fucked up. My voice is a little weird right now because I'm still kind of sick. Star Trek probably did it. I bet you Star Trek didn't. All of the ships in Star Trek have artificial gravity. He can take his clothes off. I cannot. Well, I can take the shoes off because they're a separate object. But the oh yeah, and the helmet. But the suit and the harness are part of the body. I can't take those off separately. But even if I could, you would not see anything. There's no body mesh underneath the suit because I didn't want clipping issues. We'll give you Bastion cores for the pole redeem. I don't need Bastion cores anymore. I don't need Bastion cores anymore. It's fine. I don't need them. Now, yes, I'd be willing to take my clothes off for Sentinel cores. I can take the shoe. The shoes are actually the only element of clothes that I can take off, actually. I'm not doing that again right now. You guys got to see me take them off once. I'm not doing that again. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. But here's the thing, right? Actually, I want to talk about this really quickly because I find it really interesting. Star Trek kind of takes for no, they don't take for granted zero gravity because I specifically remember an episode of Enterprise. I think it was Enterprise, which is the one that was made in the 90s. That's the only one I've really watched other than The Next Generation. It was an episode of Enterprise where they go out onto the hull because I don't know, there's like a bomb or something. And there is zero gravity in that environment, so they weren't totally oblivious to gravity. Like that was still a thing. In Babylon 5, they talk about it lore-wise that the like the command deck on the space station has its own gravity plating, but then the rest of it doesn't because it's a spinning habitat. And then shows like The Expanse like to put a lot of effort into explaining why they like how their people deal with microgravity because they don't have gravity plating or generators like other you know, like other science fiction IPs. There's no Scrungle redeem, I'm sorry. There's no Scrungle redeem. Anyways, I think it's interesting because microgravity honestly is really bad for you long term. We don't even know what it does to like kids. You might like someone growing, you might just like die. But we've never actually seen what the results of that are. In Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you think the secret to flight in the future is simply to fall to the ground but miss. You think a lot about that a lot when learning about orbital mechanics. Well, yeah, in order to orbit something, you need to be clearing the horizon faster than you're falling towards it. Oh! Ow! As a licensed professional, please tell me who is Furry of the Year 2025. Also, welcome in, AO. Why are you bald and blue? We can't just ask why I'm blue. That's fucked up. As for why I'm bald, I can turn off my hair. How come your model goes spread eagle when you get hit? I can... Oh, stop. No, please. I think I can actually fix that really quickly. It's a, ragdoll option. Because with the ragdoll, you can set angular limits. You can, which I think I actually have turned on, but you can set muscle spring to something higher. Like, if I set it to 50, then he doesn't do that. Can you remake a redeem where you throw where we throw something at you and you get bow dented? I was considering adding um like a dent of some kind. That's probably too much muscle spring. That should be that's actually really easy to do with a 3D model. Unlike previously, right, where I was on the stable version of Warudo, I'm now on the beta of Warudo, which means I have access to the lattice deformation cubes. Uh, so I can add a headphone dent really easily, or just a dent in general. I can just dent my head really easily. It will probably fuck up the antenna really badly, but that's okay. That's okay. Why would you think I would know who furry of the year is? What are the requirements to be furry of the year? Like, do you have to like debut your persona in 2025 to be considered furry of the year? What the fuck does that even mean? What does it even mean? And why would I know it? Oh, I'm gonna change that by the way, so that the uh so that the what do you call it? I'm gonna change that so that the floppy disk isn't there. That's just a placeholder. Oh shit, it worked. Play Atlas once. I did play Atlas once, but it wasn't this year. It was last year. Izutsumi? Wait, is that a manga? I guess I don't really know what the difference between different kinds of um anime writing is. Well, calling it anime writing is so fucking stupid because it's if it's written or if it's a comic book, it's not anime. Yeah, I know who that is. I'm saying, is that this year? Like I thought Dungeon Meshi was older, or is it like a is it like a Deltarune situation where you nominate yourself for everything every year because you slowly add more stuff? You heard it here first. Anime doesn't have writing. You'd be surprised at how often that's true. But now you're VIP, which I think means that you can talk in emote only mode, and also um yeah, it doesn't really do anything else except you look cool. But you already look cool. Sorry, I tried. That was that was bad. Speaking of Atlas, I think I mentioned it recently. The game got its like mining and fishing updates. Now there's there's like real don't ever do that again. I'm calling HR. Fuck. Fuck. -2. I know. That one's deserved. Uh Atlas got mining and fishing added to the game. And also more shit was added in the final area. So like how do you get Twitch how did you get Twitch drops to Discord? What the fuck do you mean by that? But what do you mean Twitch drops to Discord? This is a real question. You keep getting adverts? What do you mean? That if you subscribe to me, you get Discord Nitro? I've never fucking heard of that ever, but it may have something to do with the fact that my account on Discord is Twitch integrated. Or they're doing some kind of promotional thing. I have absolutely no idea. Man. Honestly, if you ignore any and all places where the Atlas community gathers, it's pretty alright. I mean, I don't know what people would expect given the game. But it's are you partnered? I'm not a Twitch partner. I'm just a Twitch affiliate. It'll be a long time before I'm a Twitch partner, if ever. Because that takes, I don't know. Well, first of all, you have to stream. You have to stream a lot, which is difficult with my job. But also, you have to have some kind of crazy high average viewership. I forget what it is. And maybe that's achievable. We'll see. We'll see. Um, you're actually in the same bed with Bezos. It's like, I don't know. Who owns Discord actually? It's not Amazon, is it? Let me look it up. You got to play more Roblox or post shorts. Okay, playing Roblox is not going to attract anybody to this channel because we require members of the channel to be over 18. And the people who are over 18 who are playing Roblox, I don't know if I want them either. Is Discord privately owned? They might be privately owned. Yeah, they don't have a parent. They are owned by themselves. Okay. Well, I guess that answers that question. Okay, Moth is the one exception to that. I was making a joke about how predators play a Roblox. Sorry. That was what that joke was. 75 or 90 average for a month right now? Yeah, that's like, I don't know. That's crazy to me that you need that to get partnered because like over isn't over 50 already putting you in the top 1% or something? Or top 0.1%? Well, Discord is currently privately owned. You think they're in the process of going public, which will be very bad. Oh yeah, if you guys think that the monetization and shit is annoying now, watch what happens when it goes public. It will be so much worse. Um, which makes me really want to. We're gonna move to fucking what? TeamSpeak? I mean, let's be real here. 75 to 90 is achievable if you do YouTube stuff. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I should do shorts actually. I should. I don't, but I should. The monetization is likely to make themselves more appealing once they do go public. Yeah, but you know it's not going to get better though, right? TeamSpeak is pretty good. That is not how I remember TeamSpeak being. I downloaded it once way back in the late. No, it would have been early 2010s. Um, no, mid 2010s. Because I needed it to play incursions in EVE Online, and it sucked. It was bad. Still better than Steam voice chat, but Discord cleared it. Yeah, I did used to play EVE Online, by the way. Only a little bit, but it was a fun game. Saito being an EVE player makes so much sense. I didn't play it for that long. That game was, in order to actually do fun things in Eve, you need to be more social of a person uh than I am. You need to be like more outgoing, and I'm not. So I didn't get as much out of the game as I could have. I did the funnest thing you can do as a solo player though, and that is high security into wormholes into null security, and then doing artifact and data retrieval, and then back into wormholes and back into high security. It was so much fun, actually. Um, you're essentially like a miner for gold in the California gold rush, except you would actually find gold, and you had to avoid people trying to beat the shit out of you for it. Good night, Ravy. Thank you for stopping by. And it was just a lot of fun. I loved wormhole. The wormhole space mechanic is so fucking good that it astonishes me that like it's astonishing to me that uh Eve Online and like Star Citizen have not ripped that shit and just like stolen it. I'm gonna be real here. I don't know why they haven't stolen that shit. It's such a good fucking mechanic. We should start a corporation, the Stoat Corporation. Star Citizen has a wormhole. Isn't that how you get to Pyro or whatever? They've got like they've got like a handful of star systems now. Can't you go between them? Personally, I like their philosophy of having only a smaller number of star citizens. Or wow, star citizens. Having only a small number of systems that they've actually put effort into designing the various locations. Because one of the problems with Elite Dangerous is that all that shit, it doesn't just look copy pasted. It actually is. And the stations there's a couple different station designs and a couple different color palettes for them. But they start looking really the same after a while, and it sucks. Their AI is still broke as fuck. How did they manage to make it more broken? That I was gonna say the two things I wanted that game to have were better AI and better non-combat gameplay, and they've kind of failed on both accounts. But then I've been very open in saying that Chris Roberts has a very poor sense of priorities um when it comes to game design. Still haven't gotten over the like bed fabric simulation. Nope, still haven't forgotten that. They jumped the shark a little bit with that one. I know I get it was like I guess it was like a tech show off, but it shouldn't have ever even been something that they had put any resources into. The most sunk cost game of all time. It's not a sunk cost game if you spend nothing on it and then you play it. There's a bug every 2 hours and you lose everything from it. I've never had that issue, frankly. Oh, right now there's a bug that every 2 hours and you lose everything from it. Yeah, that would I mean really what they need to do is just a comprehensive insurance thing that you just pay a proportional amount of all your shit except for like super unique items maybe. There's another game that does that. I don't know what it is. What the fuck? What other game does that? I might genuinely be thinking of Eve Online's insurance policies. Or not. No. No. Not Eve Online. It's not Eve Online. I'm thinking of Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous has comprehensive insurance policies for your ships. You get your shit back when you die, but it's proportional to um the value of it. So the more value you sunk into the ship, the more expensive the buyback is. It's not the same as buying back the whole thing, but it's really important because I'm pretty sure it preserves your engineering upgrades. You've only heard the name Star Citizen and nothing else. Assuming it didn't have a bug where you lost everything when you died randomly, it would be a pretty interesting game to play. Actually, I would totally be willing to stream that at some point. I think my PC could handle it now. The new rig definitely could. But if you until they fix that, I'm not gonna play it. Don't play Star Citizen. Actually, it's a pretty cheap game. Um, might be worth it to try. You might find that you like it actually. But don't like spend a bunch of money on it. I don't think I need to tell you that though. The game requires you to have 32 gigs of RAM. I'm pretty sure I have 64. I'm pretty sure I have 64. Yeah, that is correct. I have 64. What the? Remember I did my computer upgrade back in the summer? I'm really glad I did it back in the summer. Why? Um, well, it turns out I need RAM for a lot of shit, actually. Actually, I was say if you've ever played Minecraft, RAM is one of the limiting factors for how well that game runs. That's because Java Minecraft is spaghetti code, but there's a lot of other applications that having a lot of RAM is really nice for. Unfortunately, right now the prices of RAM are insane because they're buying them for data centers. And remember, if wholesale gets expensive, retail gets really expensive. Didn't see the RAM spike coming though. I didn't either. I thought they just needed GPUs. What the fuck is all the RAM for? I was gonna say Minecraft is a CPU and RAM limited game. I think it's majority CPU. Uh, Same with Kerbal Space Program. That's another one that relies heavily on CPU, but not very much on your GPU. Then there's some games like Control, which are mostly GPU, and then CPU does like fuck all, which I think is really interesting. RAM is for plant side to not lag. When I had plant side, my problem was that it would take forever for things to load when I played when I would like I mean physically load objects. That's because I was on a solid or I was on a regular hard drive at that time. Yeah, games now are requiring you to have solid state drives. Star Citizen is not the only game that just like but it was still playable. There's a lot of games that straight up don't work if you don't have a solid state drive, which kind of sucks. You have 16 GB RAM. Planet-side cities ran at 2 FPS, but once you took off the game, went back to 30. Well, yeah, planet-side is always going to be more intensive than the space side of things. That's true of Elite Dangerous as well. It is also true of uh, No Man's Sky. Just when you're in space, you have to load so much less shit. Oh, you were upgrading it. Yeah. It's nice that you can just upgrade RAM like that. It's one of the easiest things to upgrade on a PC. Oh, the rich people are buying RAM to scrape off the gold and eat it with their food. Gold foil is extremely inexpensive, actually. Um, because that shit's like micrometers thin. Maker, I don't know if you can say that. Well, I guess you're being polite about it. But don't we... Wait, no. Hold on. What are my chat rules? Hold on. What are my chat rules? Oh, fuck. I can't see those in the chat settings menu. Never mind. Anyways, why did I even mention Star Citizen in the first place? I genuinely don't remember, but it's time for Guess the Game, actually. We've been putting this one off. And it's time. Okay, let me fix that little... There we go. Randomly access. That's a really, really funny misspelling, BB1. That's a really funny misspelling. This game is... Looks like it's isometric, somewhat low poly, but it is also 3D. I don't think it's... Like, this is something that's like Disco Elysium, I think. But it is not. It's also not Citizen Sleeper. We already had that one. You remember that you upgraded your RAM because you bricked your PC while upgrading it? I mean, I thought my PC was broken at first when I set it up because I had accidentally slotted RAMs in slots 1 and or I'd accidentally put the RAM in 2 and 4 instead of 1 and 2, and it does not like that. My PC straight up wouldn't start, which is, frankly, I think that that's stupid, but whatever. I'm going to say that this game is um Wasteland 3. It's not. None of those things. Man, is this... No. It's not stasis. That's not even on the website, apparently. You changed your RAM with the power on? I wish I had hand tracking so that you could see that my hand is currently planted on my face. Are you... I'm not even gonna talk about how, like, that's bad for your PC, because it is. That's, like, physically dangerous for you. Don't do that. Ever. Well, I guess you already learned your lesson. You had to take it to a repair shop and they couldn't fix it until it just worked after a week? That's really funny. I have no idea why it wouldn't work and then suddenly it would work later. That's hilarious. That shit's probably haunted. Um, I don't know what the fuck this is. It's not stasis. Sure looks a lot like it, though. Turned off your PC. Okay, I was gonna say, if you're going, you can have the PC plugged in, actually, when you're swapping out PC parts. This sounds crazy. You can have your PC plugged in, but you have to turn the power supply off. The PC has to be more than shut down. You have to turn the PSU off. Um, Unplugging it is probably a good safety measure, though. Usually what I do is I shut down the PC, then turn the PSU off, then unplug it in that order. And I've never had a problem. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Miracles. I have not actually ever heard that song. I've just heard it referenced a billion times. Um, fucking game's this, man? What if this is like Silent Hill? It's none of those things. Original platform is PC. Okay, well, this is definitely an isometric point and click, by the way. Turned out it didn't. It turned on, but it didn't boot, and then suddenly it did, and now it works. It booted for them once, and you came to the shop, and then it didn't boot, and then you came back a day later, and it booted in shop and at home. That makes it sound like there was some kind of capacitor or some issue, but it fixed itself, I guess. PCs don't have a lot of moving parts. They're not supposed to be able to do that, like what you're describing. That's bad. That's scary. This is some early 3D PC game, but it's not a Myst game. It's definitely a point and click, like third person game, but I don't know what this could possibly be. I gotta skip. Graphic adventure? Fuck. I have no idea what this is. I should know what this is. This is not The Last Express. We've already had that one as a Guess the Game. I'm still gonna enter it anyways. Wait, is that not? It's not even on here. Never mind. It's not a Myst sequel. I would know immediately if this is a Myst game, and it is not. The level of graphics on display here do not match any of the Myst games. It's not a Myst game. 2002. I can't place this. Maker would know what this is, probably. I don't recognize the UI either. Siberia. That name is familiar. Huh. Okay. I was gonna say for a second I would have been convinced that it's that one it's Lifeline or whatever is the one fucking voice text to action game that I think we rated into Limesdale when he was playing that, but lots of people have played it. I know Limes has played that, but it's I knew it wasn't that game because that game's science fiction. This one looks like alt history almost. I'm not fucking playing Lifeline. Hell no. Siberia is a graphic adventure game developed by Microids, released in 2002. Its critically acclaimed title follows the journey of Kate Walker, a young American lawyer sent to a remote European village to finalize the acquisition of an automaton factory. What begins as a routine assignment quickly transforms into an unexpected adventure as Kate unravels the mysterious story of Hans Vorarlberg, the factory's eccentric heir, who has embarked on a quest to find the legendary mammoths of Siberia. Players guide Kate through various beautifully rendered environments, solving intricate puzzles and interacting with a diverse cast of characters, while piecing together Han's enigmatic past. The game seamlessly blends exploration, point-and-click adventure gameplay, and a richly detailed narrative. This is a very Myst-like game. And in fact, at the very bottom there, you can see that if you're a fan of adventure games, narrative-driven adventure games, like Myst or The Longest Journey, you'll be a fan of Siberia. I have I think I may have read the TV tropes page for this game at some point. We have a few more guess the games to do though. This is that's a rock. Clearly, this game is set in Canada. Oh, I know what this is. This is banking on you recognizing the ground texture here. Iconic rock of Aiden Pierce. Who is Aiden Pierce again? I think this is clearly Halo. It's not Halo. What the fuck am I looking at here? Hold on. Oh, right, Watch Dogs. Okay, yes. That looks like spiders? Um, guys, this kind of looks like Path of Exile. It's probably not. All those times that we guessed Path of Exile, and it finally actually is Path of Exile this time. This is like that one time it actually was Lupus on House. After all this time, I finally get it right. I played through this area. I remember the spider webs, and I knew it wasn't Baldur's Gate. Path of Exile is an action role-playing game developed and published by Grinding Gear Games, released in 2013. Set in the dark, gritty fantasy world of Rayclast, a forsaken continent teeming with ancient evils. The game puts players in the role of an exile seeking redemption or power. Okay, the Path of Exile is really funny. Because it's basically like it's fantasy Australia and fantasy New Zealand. It's very, very transparently what the two land masses are based on. I played it a little bit and enjoyed it. If you like Warframe, you will probably enjoy Path of Exile. It's very similar in that it has extremely in-depth customization and crazy cracked builds that you can make. If Fantasy New Zealand is just New Zealand, well, if you are filming a Lord of the Rings movie, then the answer is yes. PoE is scary. Oh, it is. It is also free, by the way. I should point that out. It doesn't cost anything, so you could always try it and then drop it if you don't like it. That's what I did. I found I didn't like it very much, but it's hard to hate a game that's free. They kept Hobbiton. It's real now. Holy shit! It costs your life. Well, that's the funny thing. I stopped playing EVE Online because of how time consuming it was. Path of Exile is. I mean, you can drop that and not play it. It's that easy. But it's definitely done the thing that all modern, like, dopamine enslavement machine games have done, in that it's got, like, seasons and stuff. So now they've gotten in on the FOMO game. I will never ever fucking forgive Destiny 2, by the way, for making that shit popular. I feel like that was Destiny 2's fault. They the first big game that did that shit. Now everyone does it. It kind of sucks. There's a few more here. This is this Pokemon? This is like not one of the most recent ones. This had to have been one of the remakes. Not remakes, but like you know what I mean. No, it's not. I don't think it's Pokemon. No, the 3D model is so matched. This is like the grass looks really familiar. I swear to God, I've seen the grass. When did Destiny come out compared to Fortnite? I think Destiny 2 was out before Fortnite. What did Destiny do? Make microtransaction shops. Microtransaction shops are older than Destiny, but the problem is like the seasons and the FOMO shit. This is not Sims, I don't think. I don't think this is Sims. No, it's not Sunshine. It's okay, maybe I don't recognize this game. What the fuck is this? Is this an Animal Crossing game I've never seen? Well, those are all tilted perspective and not isometric. I don't know what the fuck this is. I gotta skip once. Oh, this is a really recent game, actually. Switch 2, PS4, PS5, PC, Xbox Series. Um, is this fucking a Mario game? I don't know. I'm just gonna guess a random Mario game. It's not a Mario game. Life simulation RPG. Uh, maybe maybe it's an Animal Crossing game I've never heard of. No, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Sorry. Fantasy Life 1. The Girl Who Steals Time. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yes, the tree style looks very familiar. It actually reminds me of Mario, I think. Never mind. It's some ass. I've never heard of this. It doesn't have a description either. What is this? It does look like it is a Stardew slop, actually. It's just that it's isometric instead. Well, not isometric, sorry. This is just third person. Looks like you can rotate the camera. But make no mistake, I'm pretty sure this is a Stardew slop. RPG Fusion? You gotta know about My Sims. I've never heard of that. I've also, like, I've never found Sims to be an enjoyable game. Unless My Sims differs from Sims heavily. Multi-platform across PC and console. Is this a Nintendo game? That's true. Right. Nintendo games usually aren't on PC. I kind of forgotten. It's like an adventure game. Okay, but I'm very picky about adventure games. Like the only adventure game I've enjoyed is like Okami. And you should play My Sims agents, you'd hate it. I don't like playing games that I'd hate. Oh, well, I say that, but then I play, you know, Rain World and Nebulous Fleet Command. Hey, what is this? This is a game with like an actual art style. What the fuck? Wait, we already guessed this one. I don't think it's that. Never. What? What? What the fuck is this? That has to be the greatest tonal whiplash between two images I've ever seen. It's got to be like this is a painting or something. This has to be like a painting or something. Uh, what does that say? Is that like a paint can? Or a soda? Clearly this is Stanley Parable. No. What the fuck is this? PC, PS5, Xbox Series, Switch. Light bulbs. Is this that one game that ripped off Hat in Time? Oh fuck. I might know what this is. This shit looks like Fall Guys. It's not Fall Guys. Oh my god, this is the game that like is totally ripping off Hat in Time. I don't know what this is called. Wait. Is this is this the co-op slop game? No, it's not. It Takes Two. Wait. I don't know what this is. The Plucky Squire. I have no idea what this is. Nope. This is not the game that rips off Hat in Time. I'm thinking of a totally different game. There is a game that like basically is just a rip off of a Hat in Time, but this is not the one that I'm thinking of. I've never seen this before in my life. It also doesn't have a description. Wait, yes it does. Yes it does. What are we doing? Guess the game. Plucky Squire is an action adventure game developed by All Possible Futures and by Devolver Digital, released in 2024. Uh-oh. Wait, no, Devolver Digital is fine. No, hold on, sorry. I was thinking of Double Fine. The game follows the whimsical story. Oh, never mind, I hate it now. Never mind, I hate it now. Whimsical story of Jot, a cheerful storybook hero, who discovers that his 2D world is not the only realm he can explore. The adventure begins within the confines of a classic storybook before breaking out into the third dimension, allowing players to seamlessly shift between 2D and 3D gameplay. Okay, that does sound like Paper Mario, actually. Or, isn't there a Zelda game like that? If you're a fan of inventive action-adventure games like Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, or It Takes Two. That's funny because It Takes Two was one of my guesses. You'll be a fan of The Plucky Squire. Interesting. I actually haven't heard of this. No whimsy at all. If you have whimsy, we're going to fucking like tie you to the railroad tracks at the end of stream. We're going to get a firing squad. We're going to draw and quarter you if you're whimsical. That shit is not allowed here. Link Between Worlds, I think, is the one that I'm thinking of. Ooh, this looks like... This is like early dog shit 3D. platformers. This is probably like Spyro. It's not Spyro. 66%? That's really bad. Bad 3D platformers. Is this Gex? It's not Gex. Oh my god, it's a racing game. Wait, no, it's a racing game. PS2, Xbox, GameCube, PSP. What fucking racing game could this possibly be? Is this Diddy Kong Racing? No, that wasn't for the GameCube. Diddy Kong Racing was for the N64. And I don't think it would have been on other platforms either. It's not Double Dash. What fucking racing games were there for this many platformers? Yeah, I know it's a kart racing game. Vehicular combat. I don't know who that is. I don't know what this is. Radical Entertainment. Is that fucking Crash Bandicoot? Wait, is this Crash Racing? Oh, Crash Tag Team Racing, maybe? It is Crash Tag Team Racing. I don't think I have ever heard of this game. Maybe I saw someone play this once and they were complaining about how bad it was. But that might have been a regular Crash Bandicoot game. You never hear anyone talk about this one? Well, based on its rating, that's probably why. That's probably why. That's the last guess the game for today. I'll take a close victory as my win. Crash Tag Team Racing is a kart racing game with platforming elements developed by Radical Entertainment and published by Vivendi Universal Games in 2005. Combining high-octane racing with light-hearted exploration, the game follows the titular Crash Bandicoot as he competes in a wacky racing tournament. Oh, I hate this game now. Sorry. I hate the game now. They use the W word. There's two W words you can't use. It's wacky and whimsical. You can't use either of them or cozy. If you use any of those, I'm afraid your game sucks. I'm not a caricature of like a mid 2000s American Call of Duty player, but like I can't deal with it, sorry. As he competes in wacky racing tournament to win control of a dilapidated theme park, the game introduces an innovative clashing mechanic, allowing players to merge their vehicles mid-race to create a hybrid supercar, combining firepower and speed to wreak havoc on competitors. Outside the races, players can freely explore the theme park hubs, complete platforming challenges, and discover collectibles. Okay, so what this sounds like is Bad Air Ride. Maybe. No, that's not a good comparison. Air Ride didn't really have a hub, but it did have City Trial, which was uncharacteristic pre-racing game mode. If that shit doesn't have a, okay, instead of a gun or a ball, like the one meme, if the game doesn't have uh if the game doesn't have puzzles or a spaceship, I don't care. If the game doesn't if the game sorry, if the game doesn't have maps or a spaceship, I don't care. Hating games you've never played? That's like 80% of what I do on this channel. Come on now. I think I might need to get something to drink here. The ads are going actually, so I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Well, one of the things I still need to do is actually get a BRB screen. I still don't have one. I need one. I could probably make something. I don't really want to commission anything. I need like I need one with like a cool like audio visualizer. And that is not something I can make myself. That's not entirely true, but I'm still not gonna go to that trouble. Because you actually can do shaders and stuff in like Warudo, which can have like linkage to audio sources. So I could make a rendered BRB screen rather than two-dimensional one in OBS. That would be a lot of work. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But it remains a possibility. And that's actually a feature. That's a feature of the third-party shader that I use. It is not a feature of uh, Warudo itself. Anyways, that's enough guess the game for today. It is time to go to the actual game that I have, which is Endless Sky. When we left off, I had just cleared my debt, and then realized I could take on more debt if I wanted to. The game is truly realistic. It actually does track your credit score, which is funny. As I was saying earlier, I would also like to stream Star Sector, which is a somewhat different game, but it is. Whereas this game is meant to be a spiritual successor to Escape Velocity Nova, Star Sector is merely inspired by Escape Velocity Nova. Just like Animal Crossing, just like real life, exactly. And so Endless Sky is very similar to Eevee Nova, whereas Star Sector is a lot different, and the gameplay is different. They're good games, but they're very different. The real reason I haven't done Star Sector yet is because I haven't gotten all the mods rounded up yet. But also, I really want to do like a custom pilot icon, which means I need to find someone to draw one in the game, sort of in the game's style. I need to find someone who can intentionally draw in a style that is like the game's, but is also faithful to my design. That means I have to find a specific ass person to do, like a very specific ass person to do, draw me a pilot profile for that game. Which could be difficult. But I know that there's people that do commissions for profiles for that game. There's a handful of people I've seen. Um, I know I keep saying I need to commission artists. I need to commission artists. I need to commission artists. Uh, and I haven't yet. This is because I'm mortally afraid of talking to people, especially people I don't know. Except in the confines of a stream, it doesn't really bother me. This has been like a continual problem. Sorry, I was trying to clear my nose there. I don't really know if I succeeded. That's why I was muted for a second. For Star Sector, yes. Exactly. Um, and I would have to go looking for it. It is I was gonna say it's doable. It's just like I need to find someone who's really good at doing accurate light shading in the game's style. But I do actually want to commission something official. I think that would be fun. So I had to equalize my ears there. Yeah. I sniffed so hard trying to clear my nose that I actually like fucked up the pressure balance in my ears. Okay, where was I? Right, I need to change categories to Endless Sky. Is Half-Life 3 Hopium or Copium? I do imagine that we will eventually get Half-Life 3. However, it could be a long time. Hold on, I need to figure out my model placement here. I think, wasn't I like here last time? Or was I on the right side? Or was I on the left side of the screen, I mean? I don't remember. But I'm too large, I gotta be over here. Stream is interrupt. Please do not force me to play Baba Is You. Okay. Oh, right, because we found out that if the game was full screen, it was lagging the shit out of my Warudo for reasons I don't understand. Can't wait for Half-Life 3, where Gordon Freeman kisses Chell and then Gladys officiates their wedding with Dog as the ring bearer. Keep writing video game plots. I think that if you'd been on the development team, Hunt Down the Freeman would have been much better. That's not a very high bar, sorry. Never stop writing, exactly. Okay, when we left off, we had just paid off our debt. Berthen is only sparsely populated due to crushingly high gravity. The locals, exceptionally strong and short, take a stoic pride in this misery and the many health issues that result. The land in most regions is suitable for farming, but mining of heavy metals is the primary industry and the source of ready wealth that ties people to this uncomfortable planet. Some of the excavation vehicles here are as large and costly as capital starships and as noisy as a volcano. Vast scars of strip mines span across the landscape. On this planet, the environment is something to be endured rather than cherished. There's a name for those, right? Isn't that like a super Earth? That's an insult. That's an insult more than anything. You'd never wish your worst enemy to be on Hunt Down the Freeman team. I was gonna say, I told you guys that like a little while ago I was watching Maka play Hunt Down the Freeman, and it was an excruciating experience. I mean, she's a wonderful streamer. That game is ass though. It's so bad. It makes no sense. It sucks so much. Unfortunately, I have oh, Colonel, we are so fucked. And I also have and you fucked up my face. Like burned into my memory. There's so many awful lines in that game. President fucking Keemstar, bro. President Keemstar. In a funny way, you think Hunt Down the Freeman having better writing would have made it a worse game? Yes, I agree. the fact that its writing is so dog shit is the reason that anybody plays it. If it had like mediocre writing, it would be so much less interesting. Unironically, like if Hunt Down the Freeman were mediocre instead of trash, nobody would like it. Kind of like the movie The Room, you know? It's like that. You can ironically like it. I forgot we could check spaceports for special requests. While having a drink at one of the spaceports bars, a somewhat scruffy looking man in a dark cloak pulls you aside. That's a really good sign. Pulls you aside and offers 50,000 credits for a discreet no questions asked passage to Amazon in the Shadar system, which is quite close by. This could be a quick and lucrative job. It also sounds illegal. Still need to avoid getting scanned or landing on planets with high security. Sure. Why the fuck would I care about doing something illegal? My number one strategy in Star Sector is to get a freighter, to install insulated engines on the freighter so that your scanning signals or your sensor profile is smaller, and then to immediately engage in selling arms and drugs to planets where it's in high demand. I don't sell organs though. I have standards. Okay, we need to go to Shadar, which I don't actually know how to get to. Can I see security level? Or I guess that would be a per planet thing, wouldn't it? I don't know how to view security level. You love supplying pirates with weaponry. It's really funny if you give them like um if you give them more advanced weapon blueprints or you give them like a nano forge, they can go fucking crazy. Thank you, Pyrocynical, very cool. In Galaxy on Fire, you sold organs and nukes en masse across warring factions, literally across the galactic map from each other, and you made so much bank just to buy a space station. Yeah, that's like. Hold on, the music is slightly too loud. There we go. Um, Star Citizen or Star Citizen. Wow, I'm still thinking back to that earlier conversation. Star Sector has there aren't nuclear weapons in Star Sector, but actually because the starships run on antimatter fuel, they have ready access to weapons that are worse than nuclear weapons, which is why you can just saturation bombard planets if you have enough fuel in your fleet. They literally just drop ship fuel on the planet, and that's you engaging in essentially that game's version of nuclear warfare. But it doesn't destroy the planet, I think, unless you do it too many times. Or sorry, I shouldn't say destroy the planet. I think it decivilizes it. Not only did you sell nukes and organs, but you actively used a duplication glitch to multiply your money by hundreds. Okay, it's funny that you say that. Oh, ow, ow. Hi, Doc. Welcome in. Welcome in. What do you mean? What do you mean the moan? I didn't moan. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The map is reminding you of Stellaris. It is literally a galactic core. This is human space. This is only a fragment of the galaxy. There's a lot of... Ooh, that's a really bad sound. That's there's pirates here. Sound. Now we need to land without dying. Fortunately, we're really fast. So, he can't catch us. Your mysterious passenger has spoken hardly a word during the entire trip. As soon as you land, he hands you your payment of 50,000 credits and disappears into a crowd. We probably just helped the terrorist. What, are you Sierra or what? I'm pretty sure Three Cats is Sierra's Twitch name. Yes. I'm like 99% sure. Job board. Do we have anything important here? Ooh. The Soul Wings is about to enter this system. Intercept it and make detailed scans of its cargo for Syndicate researchers on Bluestone. What the Oh, it's corporate espionage. I was like, why the hell am I being offered this? Isn't this illegal? Well, yes. It's a bunch of nearby deliveries. The closer something is, the less it pays. Um, Trading. Is there anything with a very low? Luxury goods. Oh, wait, I have luxury goods. Never mind. We need to go sell those. Oh, shit. I accidentally clicked on spaceport. I didn't mean to click on that. We are now locked into a fucking quest here. As you walk through the spaceport, you see someone ahead making very obvious disruptions in the flow of the crowd. They're going up to various people and talking to them, usually very briefly, before moving on to someone else. I think I would take, if I saw this person walking towards me, I would take out my sidearm and just shoot myself. Before you know it, someone else is you. You're a captain. Will you give me a ride? I need to get back to Furnace in the Alderamin system. Pack up my things and travel to Lycan in the Atria system. Their hair is slicked back to match their sharp suit. Sure. They stop in surprise and then nod briefly. I'll be at your ship within an hour. An hour later, you see them approach the Tortuga carrying a small suitcase. They've exchanged their formal appearance for a button-down shirt and a skirt with their hair loose, hanging from their shoulders, or hanging down to their shoulders. They walk up to you and stick out a hand. Chris, Brett. Brecht? They, them. Wait, this game lets us be transphobic. What the fuck? Shake their hand. You shake their hand. Cytomech. That's all you've got with you? All the rest of my stuff is on Furnace in the Alderamin system. I was just there for a meeting with some others who feel like I do about the establishment. The establishment? I don't know, the Republic is pretty good. I don't support the government or any of its tools, and I've heard that the South is more open to this kind of philosophy and lifestyle. Before you can say more, they walk past you onto the Tortuga. What did you say my birth was again? Look, guys, the Republic is pretty good. They've given us hospitals and infrastructure and representative democracy. Oh no, I've become a centrist. Guys, we're getting the Disco Elysium stream early. This is not a good game to watch through a mobile stream. Each word is 3 pixels. Oh, I'm sorry. And space pirates. Don't worry about that. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I forgot they... loaded cargo onto my ship. God damn it. Oh, if this place had an outfitter, I'd get the cargo extension. Okay, where did I need to go? Unexplored system. Wait, do I need to visit here first? Oh yeah, I think I do need to visit here first. If I'm understanding the quest correctly, I need to visit one system and then go to another one. You had your hands in dough? Wow, I'm happy for you. You've got a lot of money in real life. Oh yeah, this is the system that we needed to visit. Okay. The person you're transporting is literally me. As you travel to Furnace, you find yourself frequently listening to. Wait a fucking second. It didn't even register. It didn't even register with me that this person's name is that their name is Chris. Holy fuck! Wait, is this? No, no, it couldn't. That couldn't be on purpose. That no, no. Wait a second. No, wait. That there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. This game is older. Wait, no. Actually, how old is this? How old is this game? Well, I guess it has been in constant development the entire time that it's been playable. When did this game come out? Oh, it came out October 30th, 2015. Never mind. That actually could be intentional. I am actually no weighing. As you travel to Furnace, you find yourself frequently listening to Chris's opinion on the subject of governments. While they had some very good points, other times they would spend hours ranting about things that seemed completely impractical and without a solid foundation. If it weren't for the fact that they were unfailingly polite otherwise and eager to help with chores around the ship, you would have declared the cockpit off limits. Oh no. Oh no, they're the people from Monty Python. We have a king? Well, I didn't vote for him. Fuck, I can't remember. I wish I could remember that whole conversation from the Holy Grail with the peasants. Damn it. I should know that whole conversation. That movie is funny as shit. So you were somewhat relieved when you arrived. Both of you are too out of breath from moving furniture to talk more. You soon have it loaded up though, and start the trip to south to Lycan in the Atria system. Can I sell off my luxury goods? I would actually make a profit. Oh no, I don't have to sell them off. Never mind. Despite the fact that this is the place where they supposedly have their furniture and shit, um, we didn't actually get extra cargo in our hold. That happened at the very start of the quest, which doesn't make any sense. That's okay though. Oh wait, we have a mission to bring tourists to Pearl. That's why that's lit up. I didn't even realize that I had accepted that. Oh, I'd like to do that quest on the way back. Oh fuck, we have to go way south. Never mind. That's a lot farther than I thought that was. Can I get a map, please? Um, I don't really want to go all the way around, but I think I have to. Glintstone Chris from Elden Root. Wait, what? Wait, what character are you referring to from Elden Ring? Because I don't know anything about Elden Ring, so I don't quite get the reference you're making. Hey, what the fuck? Oh. I thought that the ship right next to me was disabled. I was going to board it. See, I'm an evil motherfucker. If I can board a ship and take it over, I will. I'm like 3 seconds away from engaging in piracy here. You guys have no idea. Okay, probably this is the way to go. I have no morals in space games. Hey, speaking of Half-Life 3, we're landing on a planet... Sorry, in a star system called Borealis. Just like Hunt Down the Freeman, Borealis. This is an uninhabited system. I sure hope we have enough fuel to get to our location. Oh, we do? Okay, great. I'm pretty sure we just got, like, a pirate ship just told us to stop, and we just didn't. And as you reach Lycan, and Chris enthusiastically unloads their possessions into a waiting transport van. Before they disappear, they press a credit chip for 38,750 credits into your hands and assure you that you are a valuable ally to the anti-statist movement. Oh no, they're anarchists. No. I just transported an anarchist to the south. I don't know if it's legal to transport a child without adult supervision. That one's really mean. I'm sorry, but I will never resist. I will never resist that joke. It is physically impossible for me to not make an anarchists are literally children joke. I'm sorry. We can do a rush. Ooh, 48,000 for a rush delivery. Yeah, we should do the rush delivery. I don't have the cargo space for it. Can I sell my shit? Wait. I'm losing money on that. But I'll make a lot more with the rush delivery. Should have asked where their legal guardian was. That would have been... I do wonder if the quests in this game change depending on your reputation with factions. Because I'm pretty sure you can have reputation in factions. That would be like some... That would be like a... If you were playing Star Sector, that would be like something that you could say if you had a hegemony commission. We'll let the pirates do whatever they're doing there. I have one free space in my hold. Can I do another passenger? I do have one passenger that I can transport. Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, I have to land again. Fuck. Okay. I was gonna say, I shouldn't, like... Oh shit, I just landed on the moon. I didn't realize that this was Earth. That's cool. In the early days of space travel, back when engines were still so inefficient that escaping from a planet's gravity well was costly and difficult, an enormous shipyard was built on the moon where asteroids, harvested from the asteroid belt, were mined for raw materials for ships. The facility is still in operation, although it is now overshadowed by the far more advanced shipbuilding centers like Geminis and the Castor system. That's cool. Okay. Now, can we get a... Ooh, there's a rush delivery up there. And there. A rush delivery to Ingot. We actually do need to go that way. So I think I'll... We also need to go north. Well, let's do the Ingot one, because that's closer. Now, why the fuck did you just jump south? What are you doing? Hey, why is my autopilot trying to take me into this system? Is that gonna fail me the fucking... Hey, did somebody just shoot me in the ass? Someone did. This pirate guy is here. Why are you here? I failed to meet the deadline? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Well now what? Is the product just gone from my cargo hold? I guess. Shipment to Prime. Wait, common side of phrasing? What did I say? Oh, shooting me in the ass. Oh my god, okay. Listen, if you're gonna play like that, you better have a good melee to finish the job. What the fuck is the full voice line of that? Hold on, I need to find this. I need to find... Give me just 1 second. What is this fucking video? Please tell me I can find this. Wait, no, I think I found it. I think I found the video. Oh, that's so fucking loud. I need to turn that down. I'm so glad you guys could not hear that. Okay, I found the video. Hold on, you guys have to see this so I don't sound like an insane, fucking insane person. Hold on. I need I need my OBS. Hold on, where's this? Firefox. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Please tell me you guys have seen this video. I need to not sound like a crazy person. What the fuck is this shit? Oh my god, autoplay, I need... Go away. Die. Why did it just like? Why did it give me some slop here? Oh, I know. Ow! I know. It gave me slop. Never mind. It gave me slop because this is the. I'm currently logged into the archives account, and YouTube has no idea what my videos should be, so it gives me random shit. Because that account isn't like I'm not following anybody. I don't have any liked videos on that one. Um, anytime someone mentions poor phrasing, I think of that. I think of that video of Ninja from the game Fortnite. You constantly talk about slop. I do. I do constantly talk about slop. I need my space slop. I was gonna say it's funny that like I call the character in this game a child for their political affiliations. And then 3 seconds later I'm laughing at that. I think I should not throw stones when I'm in a glass house. You use Liberal Wolf for your streams and the default YouTube slop is scary. I mentioned at the other stream that like there's like AI Elsagate content farms now. It's scary out there, guys. You you showed your normie friend my model, and then they said they can't believe that I'm heterosexual. This checks out. That's fucked up. Glass helmets should not have heavy metal objects thrown at. Oh. Well, fortunately, I'm not wearing the helmet. So instead, the heavy metal object just impacted my face. That's not as cool. We're gonna take a shipment here to Amazon Prime. Wait, are you straight? No, yes I am. What the fuck? You can't. Don't unfollow me. Glasses. Oh, I do have glasses. Never mind. That is glass. Can't believe you'd be like that. Monosodium glutamate. What does that mean? Surely that wouldn't be a chemical element with a very specific string of numbers and letters. That'd be crazy. Isn't that in Dorito dust? Wait, isn't that the Dorito dust stuff? This article is about the chemical compound in the European Union. Wait, that is not what EU means. No, it's a word joke? What does that mean? What does that mean? What joke? What's a joke? Are you saying I'm a greasy gamer and that I have Dorito dust? Or is it... This article is about the chemical compound labeled in the EU as E621. For the website under the similar name, see... Huh. Interesting. This is legitimately the second time a streamer you followed has shocked me by being straight. It's kind of funny. You know what? By the way, the picture on this planet looks like an actual ski resort I've seen before. That's probably because it's called Vale. Never mind. That is probably a picture of Vale ski resort right there. That's really funny. Um. Oh, it was actually about MSG. I thought you guys were making. I thought you guys were calling me a furry again. Never mind. Never mind. Look, you guys do that a lot, so I have to be on guard. No, it's funny that you say that because I want to say Upwards of 50%. So a majority of people assume that I am bi. Fuck, shut the fuck up, Moz. Shut the fuck up, Bubbles and Grumble. Everything has to be about you, huh? Yeah, because I'm the streamer and this is my stream. Everything has to revolve around me. You don't understand. It's fucked up. Vale is an entire world that is maintained as a ski resort for rich clients from the nearby planets. A combination of terraforming and snowmaking ensures that whichever hemisphere is in winter always has ideal snow conditions or skiing conditions, while farming and other small industries supply the tourists and the large staffs that cater to them. The slopes here include tracks for all the latest dangerous and expensive extreme winter sports, like hoverboarding and wingsuit cliff skiing. Good, good. This is going in the wiki? What the fuck do you mean this is going in the wiki? That's scary. Don't say that. Where? I want to fucking hear it. Will your chat, your literally Twitch chat? That is true, actually. Fuck. I've been outwitted. Oh, no, my god, why are there pirates? Fuck off. You say farewell to your passengers on Pearl and collect your payment of 64,000 credits. There was something else I was trying to remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the majority of people assume that I'm bi. I don't know why that is. It just is. Rush delivery across a fucking third of the galaxy for only 28,000 credits. I'm not doing that. Are you kidding me? Holy shit! Bring tourists home to New Kansas for 70,000? Oh my god. That guy that was giving us missions earlier was not joking. Tourists pay out the ass. Your server keeps drawing in bisexuals and Eastern Europeans. Why do you think that is? Twitch chat is always right and always wrong. That is also true. No, okay, why do you think that is? Bisexuals and Eastern Europeans is the primary demographic of Juniper's Discord. And it's no secret that we have a huge overlap. But also the model. Also the model. It wasn't really intentional, but my model appeals to bisexual people. Which isn't like a bad thing, I guess. Because that means that like unlike other VTubers who have very skewed viewership demographics, I am more likely to have like a more healthy gender split. Kind of like Joel, actually, would be a good example. Isn't he pretty close to 50? 50? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Motherfucker plays the most straight Caucasian strategy games on Earth. How do you make a strategy game that's this is reminding me of that stupid meme where it's like it's Pride Month. You know what that means? What do you want me to do? Play strategy games gayer? What? Please tell me you guys know what meme I'm referencing. You're told he has more of an even demographic split. I'd believe it. He does say that his model is what is the exact phrasing that he uses? A bisexual's wet dream, I think is the phrase he uses. There's a correlation. The implication that Eastern Europeans enjoy twinks the most out of any group of ethnicities. Oh my god. I throw. Okay, I'm better. Oh shoot. Isn't that like the joke about Poland or whatever? I'm not like I'm not insane. I'm not making things up. That's like a stereotype, right? What the fuck are they doing up here? Oh, that guy fucking died. Hello? Can I steal his shit? What is the targeting keybind? Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Um how do I pick up debris? That should be a thing I can do. Reminded you of when Sleepsy also shocked you by saying he was straight, and then a week later he got a job. You're not gay and you're not a neat, it's all lies. Excuse me. I was gonna say I would be a neat if not for my job. Well, obviously that's definitionally true, but like outside of my job, I don't really do that much. I'm like a neat in spirit, but I feel like most VTubers also have a day job though, right? I feel like most of the VTubers I know. I mean, no offense to anyone else who like doesn't. If I didn't have to work my job, I don't think I would. I don't see anything for selecting cargo. Can I just steal this? Oh, I can. I just have to fly over it. Okay, easy. That's like an extra 500 credits or something. That's like absolutely nothing. That's actually not even worth the time that I spent trying to figure that out. Unless you're in an agency or have health issues, it's pretty common for VTubers to have a job. Unless you're making a lot of money from VTubing, which is a very small demographic. Okay, that was more than 500 credits. That was like almost 800. Impressive energy if you work 5 times a week and stream most days. I don't know how Barrel does it, by the way. I only work 4 days a week. And I don't stream most days. I genuinely there are a lot of streamers that just like stream every single fucking day, even when they work. I don't know how people do that. It's crazy to me. Someday I want to have that level of dedication to streaming. I'd like to buy a map while I'm here. Oh wait, hold on. Cargo expansion. Outfit space. What the fuck is my outfit space on this? Outfit space is free is 8 out of 120. What is taking all my outfit space? Oh, never mind. It's saying I do have a bunch of open outfit space. Never mind. Should I get luxury accommodations? I think I can afford that. Oh, wait. No, I only have 8 out of 120 free. What the fuck is taking up all my outfit space? Oh, it's the engines mostly. I should have figured that. Is it dedication or is it illness? That's a really good question. Honestly. If streaming doesn't make you exhausted, you can see it working out. Otherwise, you're going to die. Sleepsy's a straight Mexican puppet. You think you'd just go crazy? I could do it if I had taken the time to make like a list of games that aren't story focused that I can just stream whenever. Like if you're a streamer that has a huge backlog and you're not waiting on anything to stream those games, or like you stream one kind of game, like say all you stream is like over, not that I would ever stream Overwatch. I need to make that very clear. But like the only thing you stream is something that can be replayed infinitely. Um I could see streaming that much, but I feel like it would be difficult otherwise. You tried streaming on both of your days off and you went stir crazy. That's basically why I don't stream on Monday and then on Sunday. I can stream on one or the other. You need a day where you can just get the fuck out, even if it's just to go to the comic shop or whatever. I agree. That's basically what I use Sunday or Monday for, depending on how I'm feeling. Usually Sunday. But I'm thinking of changing it up a bit so that Monday is the free day and then I stream on Sundays. Because I can stream 3 days a week if I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. That works. I can't stream on days that I work overnight, but I can stream on days that I work in the afternoon. And I'd like to stream 3 times a week. That would be a nice baseline. And by baseline, I mean that's about the most that I can do. But that would be what I would like to do in the future. Ooh, fuel pods. I could get that. I could install that too. It doesn't cost like anything. 8 tons. Oh, we might actually want to take that. 16? 13. We might want to take the rush delivery because we're actually going in that direction anyways, so let's do that. And since we have an extra, I think landing on a planet will take a day in this game. I wasn't paying attention. I think landing on a planet does take a day. So with the extra fuel pod, we should actually be more able to complete these rush deliveries. Or I guess I can just test it here. When we have to land here. So it is Tuesday, April 26th. If we land on the planet and then take off from the planet, it is Wednesday, April 27th. So it actually, landing on a planet does take a day. Back from making dough. Oh wow, so you're done with your job and you finally got your paycheck. That is very convoluted. I'm sorry. I had to make a joke about dough being slang for money. I fucked it up though. Drop off your cargo of microchips and collect your payment of 35,000 credits. Can I take another job that actually goes in the direction that I'm supposed to be going and isn't a rush delivery? Oh, we can take that one. It pays like nothing, but it is on the way. You can make food. Is that going to get you employed? I mean, you could always work in food service. Not that I'd recommend it. I genuinely think that food service is one of the single worst industries to work in. Um, Other than retail. What do you mean, pirates? What if I just didn't care? What if I just left? You did try streaming every day at one point. Sometimes you just don't want to talk. No, I get that. Sometimes I'm like, I just like cannot be. I cannot be fucked to talk to people, which is why sometimes people will want to voice chat me, and I just don't want to. I don't want to talk to anybody. It's not that I dislike that person in particular, and I feel bad every time I do that though. You streamed 3 times, and after every time you didn't want to talk to anyone for the whole day. I assure you, it does get better though. Hello, Cold the Cobalt. You've played this game before. It's so good. It is pretty good. This is a pretty good spiritual successor. Hello, hello. I don't hate you guys. I don't hate you. Oh no, they're here. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure why this universe doesn't really have robots. Why are there no robots in the Endless Sky universe? Did they have a Dune? Did they have a Dune-esque war? I didn't play Vermintide 2 with you guys. That's because I was asleep. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sari. Sari just fucking deleted somebody there. It's true he's straight, he hates men. No. No, because I am one. I can't. I can't hate men because I am a man. But I can like them, but not in that way. It's not the same thing as hating. No, don't explode me. It's Bethesda NASA Punk. You just said that to piss me off. You just said that to piss me off. You just said, ooh, stop, please. Wool clothing is considered a luxury in most of human space because enough oil is mined on most planets to make synthetic clothing much cheaper than raising and shearing sheep. However, here on New Kansas, wool is the primary industry. The land is mostly rolling green hills and shallow streams, ideal for grazing. However, unwary travelers hiking through the idyllic countryside have been known to be attacked by savage packs of feral sheep. So this world is not without unique dangers of its own. It's funny that they say that. That's one of the things that I was thinking about when I was doing like, you know, world building for the setting that my VTuber model is supposed to exist in. None of these planets have any oil. You can't. Their biospheres are like 500 years old. You have to have millions of years of built up um decay, like biological matter decay, in order to have anything more than peat. It's like it's not too difficult to get farmable soil pretty quickly, but especially if you're using chemical fertilizers. But getting oil, that takes a long time. So clearly this is some universe where these plants have had life on them for millions of years, or the developer just did not give a shit. I'm not sure which of those it is. A group of 4 scientists approaches you and asks you if you'd be willing to take them 4 tons of scientific equipment to the abandoned planet of Hope, and then back home from there. The transport we'd arranged for us bailed out on us at the last moment, says their leader, a middle-aged man wearing thick-rimmed glasses. We have 80,000 credits allocated for payment. What sort of research are you doing? You probably know about the supervolcano that forced the evacuation of Hope some decades ago. Well, no, not really, but now I do. My family lived on Hope back then. We want to measure how much ash is still in the air to see how long it will take before the glaciers recede and the planet is habitable again. Sure. 4 tons for 80,000 is pretty good. Now, where actually is Hope? Hey man, where the fuck is this planet on the star map? What? Oh, it's down here. That's like, oh no, that's 3 jumps from us. Oh, ads are done. Okay. Nothing happened except I accepted a quest to help some scientists. Oh, and I was talking about how in science fiction it doesn't really make sense for planets to have oil on them unless they've had biospheres for millions of years. But if a planet is like very recently terraformed or colonized, you won't have any oil at all. In fact, you may find farming to be difficult, depending on the conditions. Because hold on, I need to look this up, but I'm pretty sure a lot of farming relies on like nitrogen fixation, I think is what it's called. Without that, you have to use purely artificial fertilizer until you have a really established biosphere. That's not to say that farming on an alien planet is impossible, but it would be difficult in the first several decades. Assuming it's some kind of ideal lifeless planet where you have a functioning water cycle and enough air to breathe, but you don't have any life forms. Which there are a number of planets out there like that, but um don't think you can immediately farm on them because of the lack of certain nutrients in the soil. It's not that hard to enrich soil. It's more of a matter of what isn't there than what is there. Yeah. You can get a lung fungus from farming with guano in an unsafe way. I believe that. You know, guano was actually how, for a brief period of time, the island of Palau was very rich. Unfortunately, guano is not not an easily renewable resource, and unless spent in a very specific way, money can also exit a country. And so the island of Palau is not rich anymore. They essentially speed ran like the problem that like oil extraction states are going to run into here in the next like couple of decades. Although we're obviously not making great progress on renewable energy compared to what we could be. Um, Pretty sure hasn't oil demand fallen relative to 2023? Eventually, we're going to end up hitting peak oil, not because we run out of oil, but because the alternative actually just becomes cheaper. Which is not really the way that I would have done things, but it's always an option. Way? Yeah, that's the planet. Sorry. That's where I'm supposed to be transporting these scientists. The weird thing is, oh right, I had a mission to go up north. Well, I'm not doing that now. Is something supposed to happen on the map eventually? Um, Sorry, I haven't been paying it. I've been sitting in the map and talking and not actually playing the game. Uh, I don't. There's probably a way to make the map display factions, but I don't know what it is. Shipyards, outfitters, missions, ports. Oh, okay, there we go. You can select factions. Sorry. If I have selected Republic, what's this then? Oh, that's the Syndicate. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. I had it on the economy view, where I was looking at the price of luxury goods. Um, you cannot wait for when we won't need oil anymore. Well, we will always need oil as long as we have a demand for plastic, which I don't see going away anytime soon. Although we can certainly use a lot less plastic than we currently are using. There are still a lot of other applications where it's kind of extremely important. Well, and things like asphalt, shingles for roofs. There's all sorts of applications for oil that aren't burning it in an engine. So we'll always still need some of it, but at that point you might be able to just use synthetic oil. You don't need very much of it. The vast majority of it is used for fuel or power. Imagine we start growing substances to make plastics with. You definitely could make like some kind of plant that produces plastics somehow. That's like a level of genetic engineering I wouldn't understand. But I know there's also bioplastics. I just don't know that they're an exact equivalent to, like, acrylic. The monkey's paw curls and we start harvesting human flesh to supply the great Atlantic trash heap. No. No, don't say that. Okay, we need to land on Hope, which looks like it's actually already targeted by our ship. You fly around the planet to several different sites scientists have identified as good places for their equipment. They also make some deep radar scans of the glaciers. That's my old house down there, says one of the scientists, pointing to the radar picture of one of the buried villages. Under 30 meters of ice now. The lead scientist hands you 40,000 credits and says, here's the first part of your payment. Now we need to get home to New India. I'll pay the rest once we get there. That's kind of like, in the TV show Stargate, they had an episode where they came to a planet and rescued some aliens on a planet that was covered in volcanoes. The place was covering up with ash. And these aliens have a better technology than the Earth, so they're very like reclusive and also just assholes. But are like begrudgingly thankful. We also have things that make spider silk, but in little amounts. We also have bacteria that eats plastic. Well, bacteria that eats plastic is nice, but you want to make sure you don't like do the Andromeda strain where it eats all the plastic everywhere. You want it to degrade in the environment, but not while you're using it. Then again, plastic isn't exactly a material that we build things out of and expect it to last forever. It's the fact that it's inherently like malleable and it bends a little bit means that pretty much anything made out of plastic will eventually break. Although, because of its chemical structure, it also lasts too long, which is funny in a morbid sort of way. There was another thing I wanted to read here. What's the wait time to weigh? About 5 seconds or 5 minutes, depending on how long I want to go on a tangent about something random. People actually died from farming weed with guano. It's kind of fucked up and silly. Damn. That would be... I guess I could say that, like, that's an undignified way to go, but most ways that people can die are pretty undignified. Oh, no! Okay. You guys know what time it is? You guys know what time it is? That's right. Someone did the redeem, so now I have to play Baba as you. And I have to beat a stage before we can resume Endless Sky. Son of a... Okay. I'm not gonna change the category. We're not gonna... No, please! No, not the robots, not the Kerfer, please. 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 Oh my god. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. Help. Help. Help me. Help. Help. Edge. Riz. Riz. Now that chat is done simming, we are going to enter the volcano land, which was where I ended the stream last time. Let's do the level Mouse Hole. I don't remember what the mechanics of the lava land were, so this could take some time. Okay. We have a bat. The bat is a bat. We can't turn it into anything else. Actually, we can check the rules here. Baba is you. Flag is win. These are pretty standard rules. Bat is a bat. Cannot be changed to anything else. Walk is push. That can be changed. Key is swap. Rock on key is flag. Key is swap. What the fuck is that? That's a new mechanic. Why is it called protein when adolescents tend to be quite amateur? What the fuck does that mean? This is the lava one. It's the upper left one with the skull. Okay, what if we can push the bat around and then we push it into the key? Oh. I may have done this backwards, but I see what has to happen now. The object will take our place when we move on to it. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, we do need to reset. Okay, so what has to happen is we need to swap the key out. Ooh. What? Okay, so... Okay, I understand what has to be done, but I don't know how the bat factors into it, actually. Oh, never mind, I see. I see. First we need to push the bat in order to remove the key. This is normal. However, that's not all. We need to be able to use the key in order to move text. Because we need to get the text over to the left side. So this is going to be really annoying. Okay. No. Okay. We don't need to use the key to get. However, we are going to run into a small problem soon. I think. And that is, we lack the ability to make them occupy the same space. Or do we? Actually, we might. We might. I did this incorrectly. I hate you so much, it is unreal. Okay, so we've removed the rock, but without a way to make the key and the rock occupy the same space, we cannot complete this level. Somehow we need to delete rock is push. However, the only way to do that would be to get the key up to it somehow, which is not something we are capable of doing. So, let me think here. I don't think... Hold on. I don't think we actually need to move the rock at all. I don't think we need to move the rock at all. What if bat is rock? Can't be done. Bat is bat. We can't override that. If rock is pushed, can the rock push the key if you push the rock? Nope, they will swap positions. However, I do have a strategy. The game shows you what you can do. You can use objects to remove the key from its position. We don't really need these words anymore, except we are going to use them. That is. Probably shouldn't have done that in the manner that I just did it. I don't know why I moved the key against a wall, but that was a stupid idea. Okay. As long as you have space around the key, you don't need to do anything to move it. However, once you have it in a situation like this, you now move it beyond this threshold without using a word. Wait, how did I do this before? Oh, like that. Okay, never mind. We'll need this word back. I don't know how I have to get on the other side of the word. I don't know how to do that. Unless I really do have to move the rock. But once I've... Oh, never mind. I've just done everything wrong is the issue. Do you want a tip? No. Okay. Let me think here. We can obviously make the key occupy the same space as the rock when it is not a pushable object. However, we either need to get the key to the rock or the rock to the key, and somehow make it no longer a pushable object. Which would involve getting the key to the sentence to break it somehow. But that does not seem to be an easily achievable thing. Let me think here. Well, okay. Which level is this? This is level 4 of the lava land. Although maybe I can use the word somehow. Well, no, that fucked everything up. Hold on. What if? Oh, this doesn't work? Oh, I'm sorry. I tried moving the... I thought maybe the bat would help somehow. That's kind of a... I guess that didn't make any sense, I guess. Oh! That was a complete and total accident. Right, you had to use a chain of 2 objects, so it swaps with one object and ends up on top of the second object. It swapped with bat and ended up on top of the rock since we were pushing both of them. That's the only way to complete that mission. That was a complete and total accident, but it was the only thing left that I could try. Are you happy, Sierra? We beat the level. I beat fucking... I beat the level. So you were half right. What were you trying? Hey, now we know something about the swap mechanics that you can use it to overlay two items now. Pushing rock with bat. Yeah, you were half right. You had to push bat with rock. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's a new mechanic. But that's enough. Baba is you. Interrupt the stream is only for one Baba level because of how long that they take. But we got one done. And that's what matters. Ah! Don't do that. I don't deserve it. Oh, where's my game capture? There we go. He's so washed. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. He fell off so hard. I did not fall off. We need that washing gif of the ferret. Oh, the one where he twists it and it's obviously like a towel. It has the okay. Have you guys seen that one video clip of? I think it's from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where he's like in the gym and he gets like tossed around, but the dummy that they use is very obviously like not the actor. Have you seen that? Have you guys seen that video? That's exactly what that video reminds me of. But it's still very funny. In the year 2994, Hope was a somewhat cold but otherwise hospitable planet, home to a burgeoning population of almost 2 million people. But that year, a supervolcano eruption ejected so much dust into the upper atmosphere that a new ice age set in, and the planet became unlivable. As the temperature steadily dropped, nearly half the Republic Navy was mobilized to evacuate settlers from Hope and transport them to nearby colonies. The evacuation effort took 6 months. The abandoned villages and towns are now buried deep beneath the snow, and occasional treasure hunters come here to explore them and find items of value that were left behind. Okay, now we need to go to New India, right? Which is, I guess, down here. Is this still? Wait, what's this government? Hostile. Oh, that's because that's owned by pirates. That's why it's hostile. I want to get a better starship. Fuck this, like, carrying around passengers and shit. Oh, I have to land here. Hold on. In a region of the galaxy not known for beach resorts, Trinket has become somewhat of a major tourist destination. It is not a particularly warm world, and near both poles icebergs float year-round, but at the equator the weather is almost tropical and the water is warm enough for swimming. Occasionally, one of the ocean currents will pick up an iceberg and carry it all the way down past the resorts before it melts completely. Taking a boat out to these icebergs is a popular daytime activity here. Wasn't there like an iceberg that ended up down by New York a few years ago? Wasn't that like a thing? I feel like I unlocked a little bit of memory. I remember reading something about it. I'd like to buy a star map. Ammunition, missiles. Greyhound plasma thruster. Wait, that looks better than what I've got. Oh, that needs more outfit space. But it gives way more thrust as well. Interesting. Actually, the capybara reverse thruster. Large ships often lack the maneuverability to perform the 180-degree turns needed to come to a stop on short notice. For such a massive vessel, a reverse thruster allows them to accelerate smoothly backwards without needing to turn around. Because a reverse thruster must be facing forwards, it must be installed in the weapons section of your ship instead of the engine section. Huh. That's interesting. We can't fit that, though. That would take 20 weapons capacity. We only have 10. These thrusters also appear to be kind of shittier than the ones that I have. Plasma engines are a bit more powerful than ion engines of the same size, but they are less energy efficient and produce more heat. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, those are smaller than the engines I have. That's why they produce less thrust. But if they were the same size, they would be proportionally producing more. Interesting. Rush delivery to glaze. No glazing jokes allowed. Why would you name a planet that, though? There are already very questionable planets in this game. Okay, then New India should be the next system over. Oh, good. And they pay the other 40,000. New India was first settled less than a century ago, and the settlers are still struggling to establish themselves. It's a hospitable climate. The amount of labor needed to clear forests and plow rocky fields has meant that towns here can only grow very slowly. The farms grow both food crops and cotton, and very recently they've begun manufacturing their own textiles instead of just shipping the raw cotton off-world for processing. Do we have a... I have a passenger transport to memory, which is there. That rush delivery to Pearl is 48,000. 64,000. The passenger transport ones feel like they get you way more money. Let's just do the short rush delivery and then head back up to the Galactic North. I almost got 500,000 credits, but really, this feels like not... Whoops, I did not mean to... Ow. Yeah, this is where I'm supposed to land. Okay. Unfortunately, the pirate is much slower than me. Or, sorry, rather, fortunately, the pirate is much slower than me. He can't do shit. Outfitters. Shipyards. There are actually quite a few more shipyards here in the south than I thought. Ships are kind of expensive. Well, of course, ships are expensive. Um, I could afford a star barge. $50 of cargo is not that much, though. What about a clipper? That's 1.20, 1.2 million. That's... I don't really have the money for that. I almost have the money for that. I could take a loan. There's also the heavy shuttle. Which we could buy in the core worlds, actually. I might want to do that, actually. Yeah. The heavy shuttle would be a split cargo transport, just like the one that I currently have. But we'd be able to get a lot more money per jump. And I could install luxury bunks, more importantly. Which we can't really do on the current one that we have. We actually need to land here. The next system is uninhabited, and we'll be out of fuel if we don't land. Things are looking up. We'll have a new starship, which will be extremely similar to the one that we have, but it'll just be better. And that's what matters. If we can start licking the boots of rich people, we can make a lot of money. Okay, I can get a new transport. Ooh. Hold on. We have tourists that want to go to Pollux. 3 tourists. And then a tourist that goes to Vale. We can hit all 3 of these really quickly. And then we'll stop by Earth. Why are there pirates? Isn't this Central Republic space? What is this? Is this like Fallout New Vegas? Where the Legion are just everywhere? Because they haven't got shit for system security? You know, maybe this Republic isn't actually all that it's cracked up to be. Maybe they're kind of shit. Relic was colonized over 700 years ago, back when the construction of the first hyperdrive was still in living memory. At this point, most starships had a very limited range, so stars adjacent to Earth were the only viable options for any colonization attempts. Because of this, Relic seemed like it was going to become a major colony despite its low gravity, harsh environment, and limited resources. However, this would not last. In less than 50 years, colonies had spread to much favorable plants, and Relic was left behind by post-human development. The Republic is composed of 30% pirate by volume. It's actually... It's Rome. They hired the pirates to kill the pirates, but unfortunately, once the second pirates had killed off the first pirates, then they had a pirate problem. Again. Corporate espionage. Birthday supplies to Maker. I didn't know it was her birthday. That's a very bad joke. I'm sorry. What other... All these missions kind of suck. The problem is that you need money to make money. That's fucked up. It shouldn't be like that. -0? Well, you know what? I'll take a draw. That's better than -2. Now that I think about it, I was gonna say, How can I board and capture ships without becoming, uh, without getting my ass arrested? And then I realized, literally, that little tip at the bottom of the screen, you can board and capture pirate vessels. I should probably attempt to do that at some point. Oh, we have another passenger transport to memory. Well, that'll go well with our other passenger transport to memory. I need to stop taking on new jobs, or I'm gonna like be stuck in this loop forever. The job loop, like in real life. It's fucked up. I go to work, only to go to work again the next day. Never get yourself stuck in the job loop, chat. What other ships are here? Oh, I can get a heavy shuttle here. I actually have enough credits for it right now. That would give me 18 outfit space free, more weapons capacity, more engine capacity. It'd have the same loadout. Only 10 more outfit space actually is kind of shit. Mule is as much of a hodgepodge as its looks suggest. The Lionheart ship designers combined a good deal of cargo space with a decent amount of weaponry and even a fighter bay, and ended up with a ship that is mostly used as a freighter but can also be used as a warship because of its heavy armament and shields. The hodgepodge nature has its downside though, namely its high crew requirement and the fact that any dedicated ship of the same cost will do better in a specialized role. It'd be awesome to have a ship that I could board other people with. But that's kind of difficult. You need to both be a warship, but you need to be capable of carrying enough I can't remember if you need marines or what. But you do need small arms for them. Hmm. The Scout feels like a direct upgrade from the Heavy Shuttle, however, it is more expensive. What's its hull? 400? The Heavy Shuttle has a much heavier hull. Ooh, the shields are much better on the Scout, which doesn't make any sense. Don't they have the same shield generator? That doesn't make any sense. I wonder if shield is a function of both the ship and the generator. It seems like that's the case. Light warships are all too expensive. Interceptor we could buy. I mean, if we're trying to kill people, that's the ship to fly. I'll look around at ships a little bit later. We still have some quests to do. Heavier hull. I don't get the joke. Jesus Christ, what was that? Is that guy firing missiles? Or were those fighters? The family transports seem to make a lot of money. Okay, wait, let's go to let's go to the shipyards. Where are the shipyards on the map? Seoul has a shipyard. Probably what we're going to want is what's a Sunder? Hold on. 1,200 shield. Not a lot of free outfit space on that thing. I wish we could see it. Wish we could see a description of the ship here. Cheapest light warship is the Quicksilver. Medium warships are obviously more expensive. Oh, no, Sunder is the mining ship. I don't know how good mining is in this game. It might be terrible dog shit, actually. Hold on. Let me see if this game has a wiki. Sunder is a... Okay, yeah, the Sunder is the mining platform. We could try mining. I don't know how good that would be, though. Problem is, I don't see a way to, I don't really see a way to see what the asteroid content of its star system is like. Let me see. Okay. How much money do I have currently? Let's see. 659,000 credits. I can sell my current ship for another 200. Leaving me about 850. 870, sorry. $870. Well, it's not enough to get a scout. However, we can get a number of other smaller ships. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure boarding ships requires crew, so I don't think I want to choose any of the small interceptors. If you want to make money, make sure to do beneficial trades at each leg of the trip between missions. Yeah, it's like Star Sector or Sunless Skies. All those games are like that. You want to be trading in and out as well, unless you are already taking missions for trading itself. In which case you won't have the hold space. I think perhaps we should just get a heavy shuttle. Which is sold here. Enter a name for your brand new heavy shuttle. Chat, what should I name the... For the entire time since I finished that Baba Is You level, you've been stuck on one. I'm sorry. That's the Baba Is You experience, though. That's a very typical Baba Is You experience. Chat, what should I name this new shuttle? I could randomly name it. Vision Bear is an excellent name for a ship. I don't know if I want to use a... Name it Fat Ass. That's pretty convincing. Um... I don't know if I want to name it that. We'll name it um I wish there was like I wish you could do like not straw polls. I wish you could do like have people submit things in a poll in Twitch and then have everyone vote on it all at once. That would be really cool. Also, ads are about to start here in just a second. I may take that time to go get something to drink. I think I will actually. While I'm going to get a drink, I want chat to submit some names for the ship. I'll be right back. However, I don't really want to name the ship Badass. I want to name it something more flattering. Maybe we'll name the ship Gravity Well. This is a reference to our earlier conversation about um gravitational mechanics, actually. Um, I have multiple ships now. Okay. While landed on a planet, you can reorder the ships in your fleet by clicking and dragging them in the shipyard. Outfitter or player informational panel. Do I even want to have two ships? Genuine question here. Do I even want to have two ships? I mean, the other one will fly alongside me, right? Should be fine. And I'll. Oh, okay. So the light shuttle has 5 jump capacity. And the heavy shuttle has. Sorry, the light shuttle has 4 jump capacity, but we've booted it up to 5. And the heavy shuttle has 5 jump capacity, so now they are the same. Now we're able to take much better jobs than before. Rush deliveries. But also, we can do bulk deliveries. Ooh. Ooh. Those were not available to us before. Lodestone. We have 2 deliveries to Lodestone. We can only do one of them, though. Probably just the regular delivery. It pays more. And then we have passengers, too, that we can take. $14 bunks. Let's take this one that goes down south. But then also let's take the one that goes to Martini. Deliver 178 tons? Oh my god. Okay, so you can make pretty good money with the big deliveries. Um, but you need a huge cargo space to do that. Okay, Gravity Well should be our main ship. We've got the same stuff on it. Now we can fit something on this. Not a cargo expansion. We need a small bunk room. We might be able to fit the luxury thing. Wasn't that 15 space? I don't remember. Wait. We can also trade cargo space into outfit space. That is also something we can do with this ship. I forgot that that was an option. Which, if we're doing transport quests, would be more useful, but the cargo quests are also making us a lot of money, so I might not touch anything. Once you're in space with multiple ships you own, you can give orders to those escorts. Orders will be given to all selected escorts, or if no escorts are selected, then all of your escorts will receive the order. Escorts can be selected by either clicking on them in space, so clicking on the ship icon in the bottom left. List of escort keys can be found in the preferences panel. Can also be ordered with the mouse. Wow, that's a lot of information. I think I probably want to stick to one ship in the future. Fleet Harvest Tutorial. You can order your escorts to pick up discarded cargo or asteroid flotsam. Z will order your fleet to pick up flotsam if they have free cargo. Equip an asteroid scanner to learn more. I do want to try... Oh, wait. We'll do that at the next planet. Hold on. Hey, where's my buddy? I need him to come to where I am. He didn't jump with me. Manage pilots. Oh, no, that's the saves. Preferences. What the fuck was... Okay, gather around me may have been what I needed to choose. I think? Okay, yeah, if I press G, I just noticed that he swapped systems, so he just takes a moment to get here. And there he is. Look at him. Also, we need to land here. I need to swap to have that be my flagship. I did that wrong somehow. Like, I don't think we can do that until we get to a place with a shipyard, though. We'll do that at Earth. Is Crying Suns a good game? Everyone... A couple of people have told me that it's a good game. Also, it's very highly rated. I do have plans to play it sometime soon. It looks like a pretty good game. Oh no, crew salaries. Uh-oh. 100 credits a day. Wait, no. I want to go to... I'm at Mars. I need to go to a planet with a shipyard. It's Luna. Okay, shipyard. You need to be the capital ship. Hiring extra crew is only helpful if you plan on capturing enemy ships. Each crew member is paid other than yourself. 100 credits per day. Large ships require more than one crew member. You'll automatically hire the minimum number of crew when you buy those ships. Crew members also take up space you can otherwise be used for passengers. Got it. I don't need to hire anybody right now. However, we may want to take on some new jobs. We'll be going out that way, so let's take on this job as well. Okay, let's go to Anka. Anka? I'm still not playing as the right ship. Hold on. Let me figure out how to do this. Oh, okay. We need to press... I must have missed it, but we press I. Tortuga, or sorry, Gravity Well needs to be our... capital ship, which I think means it needs to be in the top slot. Net worth, 877,000 credits. That's cool that it tracks that. We're carrying 56 units of boots. I didn't even read the contract. What the fuck do you mean we're transporting boots? Is that really a good use of... Whatever. They're paying me. I don't care. Anyways, Crying Suns I believe to be a turn-based strategy game, but it's also a roguelike. And, more importantly, I don't think it relies on cards, so it might actually be a good game. Lodestone is a young, volcanically active world. The atmosphere is often filled with choking dust or sulfur dioxide. New eruptions can occur with hardly any warning. Building any sort of structure here is an exercise in futility. I almost said exercise in fertility. I think something might be wrong with me. Deliver 46 tons of plutonium to Glaze. Oh, we might go glazing, chat. We might go glazing. We might go glazing because they're going to pay us 122,000 credits. Large rush delivery is what that's called. Okay. And then there's another one to glaze as well. 31 tons. We can't take both of them. We can only take one. Probably let's do the large rush delivery to glaze. 46 tons of plutonium. Why do you need that? That's a... Well, actually... No, 46 tons is not that much, because plutonium is very dense. Why do you need plutonium? And then there's a quest down here, which I would actually like to accept, because it's right where we're going. And then we need to go to Aldebane. Aldebane? Man, I don't know how to pronounce any of these. Exercise infertility by going glazing? Don't say that. I noticed that sometimes my shuttle doesn't show up on the visual screen, but you can see him in the map in the top left that he's still with me. The other shuttle that I have, I mean. Okay, I need to make sure that I'm not jumping into uninhabited systems with no fuel left. That's why I keep checking the map. The moment you step off the ship, you realize something is very wrong. The spaceport is eerily quiet, and a large crowd of people is gathered around a video screen in the local bar. You ask what's happening, and someone explains. Recently, a collection of planetary governments in the Southern Galactic Arm have sent the Republic what amounts to an ultimatum. A refusal to pay taxes until reforms are made in the election of parliamentary representatives. Oh, we read about that earlier. I do not want to deal with a civil war. Are you fucking kidding me? I have shit to do. I have a job. This group, calling itself the Free Worlds, has also asked for immediate reevaluation of all existing trade tariffs and regulations concerning pilot registration. Parliament outright refused to consider any of these demands. Then, in the early morning, nuclear explosions on Geminis and Martini destroyed the Republic Navy Yard and Galactic Stock Exchange, crippling the military and economic center of the Republic. The Free Worlds disclaim any responsibility for the attacks, despite the timing and the fact that the attacks served their purposes very well. Unless the terrorists can be found or turn themselves in, civil war is imminent. It's been less than a year since you bought your ship, and already the galaxy is falling apart on you. Oh, this is not good, actually. This is really bad, especially since we need to get into the South Arm for the missions that we're currently doing. That's fucking crazy, dude. But, I consider myself an apolitical person. You guys have fun. Actually, I'm a centrist, and I don't really care. Political opinions? Sorry, I have a job. Yeah, I only have I only have enough fuel for 2 more jumps, but that's enough to get to almost to where we need to be. Oh my god, there's pirates. Get out of here. Landing on deep. Oh, and you'll notice the planets are listed as free worlds. Thankfully, we don't have a, I work retail, I'm radicalized as fuck. Okay, right, but I mean... Look, I hate to say it here, but the free worlds is just another... They're not socialists, okay? They're not gonna help. Retail in the free worlds will still suck ass. Let's grab Saito and throw him off the fence. I believe this is what they call an inter-bourgeois conflict. Deep is a sparsely populated world of small island archipelagos. Surrounded by vast expanses of empty ocean. That sounds pretty fun. There is not enough land for any large cities or serious industry to emerge, so most of the inhabitants live in small fishing villages. The climate is temperate and Earth-like, but the sunlight is somewhat dimmer than what you're used to. The fishing settlements are actually the second colonization attempt on this planet. In their early days of the hyperspace travel, the Kingsburg Corporation sent out what was then one of the largest and most technologically advanced colonization fleets, penetrating deep into the then unexplored galactic southern rim. After 2 centuries of sporadic and guarded contact, the colony fell silent, and when human expansion finally reached this area again, no trace of the original colony was found. Yeah, but what if I didn't have to pay X amount for health insurance, and we had more employees to help out Smile? That would just be like slightly better capitalism. Which is, although attainable under capitalism, is not, you cannot attain it forever. Eventually it will go away. Because there is, an economic race to the bottom in terms of costs. Like, you will always be cutting costs. There's something there about a tendency of a rate of profit to fall, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Point 4 is 70% off. Unfortunately, it is the worst Paradox title. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you, but it's the worst Paradox title. Sorry. March of the Eagles might be the worst. Point 4 is the second worst. I just don't like it. You might think that it takes less time because it only takes a couple in-game years. You said the same thing about CK3. I did not say that CK3 was the worst Paradox title. Hoi 4 has always been worse than CK3 in my opinion. We need to go to this next system. You drop off your cargo of plutonium and collect your payment of 1,222,800 credits. Blaze is a very varied world, with everything from sunny beaches to frozen tundra, and it is perhaps best known for its sandstone canyons and deserts. The world's wildlife has never been studied in great detail. The local rumors tell about an alien species of canyon people who live in caves in some of the deepest canyons, leading to a constant stream of visiting xenobiologists. Scientific consensus, however, is that these sightings have only been of a reclusive ape-like species that lives in the canyons and is not known to dig caves or show any other sign of civilization. They have Bigfoot. This is alien Bigfoot. There's a shipyard here. I'm not going to buy anything, though. I'd like to buy a star map at the Outfitter, though. Because I don't have very good knowledge of the star systems in this area. I still can't... None of these places have the luxury bunks. I need to know what the requirements for that are. I wonder if it might be worth it switching from the ion steering to, like the plasma thrusters. They aren't quite as good, right? Like, they aren't quite as good, but they take less space. That would give me the ability to actually do something. Like, we don't need super powerful thrusters. Saving on the space would be really useful. That would give me 12 extra outfit space. The powerful enough generator, many ships do not need batteries at all. One exception is projectile weapons, which usually require a burst of energy far exceeding what the generator produces. Supercapacitors provide just enough energy storage for those weapons without requiring you to install a bulky battery pack. That might actually be a good thing to buy. It's not like we're using much energy, considering we don't, have any weapons installed. That would save us 8 storage. Your shuttle looks like ass. I think it looks fine. I think it looks better than the default shuttle. Hey, Sato, if I were a worm, would you squash me with your bare feet? They're not bare feet, they're stoat feet. But also, no. The very phrasing of that question makes me suspicious of you. What is a tactical scanner? Fuel, energy, heat, and crew complement of nearby targets. Huh. Okay. Don't you dare colon 3 me. Yeah, I'm gonna sell the battery pack. And buy the supercapacitor. And sell the ion thruster. For the plasma thruster. It like does slightly more heat. I hope that's not an issue. I guess we'll find out. Because now we have 38 extra outfit space. We can expand our cargo hold. Or I'd like to do luxury bunks as soon as I can figure out where to buy those, though. Oh, have a good time at work, Maker. Thank you for stopping by. Uh, Job board. Large rush delivery to New Switzerland. Cracket Station. Bulk delivery. Okay, New Washington is the direction we want to go. What about trading? What is something cheap I can buy here? Luxury goods? Well, that's the highest margin thing that we can buy. Okay. Now we need to get over here. Wait, what quest did I have to go here? Can I see the faction map? Okay. This is the border. Oh, this is actually a bit fucked up. Okay, so these are the free worlds are in green here. However, like Poisonwood is a Republic planet, and so are the ones over here to the right. It's really these guys that are rebelling. There might be more planets to the south, though. I don't know how big human space is. I don't know, folks. The Republic is pretty big. I don't know if that little rebellion's gonna work out. Okay, so once we have gotten to this next planet, I have to buy a star map. Because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Okay, with the star map. Oh, actually, there's missions to raise. Delivery to Wayfarer. 2 deliveries to Wayfarer. There's large bulk deliveries that we can do. Or, sorry, large rush deliveries, but we can't access those right now. Let's just do these 2 quests. Wait, cargo space free is 0 tons. Hold on. No. I'm not gonna do those deliveries. However, oh my god. Right, the Civil War has come home. I think that's what that was. Those did not look like pirates that were fighting each other. That's fucking crazy. And then we can sell all of the luxury goods. That actually made quite a bit of money. We should do more trading. That's pretty good. Would you join one of the sides if they paid you? Yeah. Yeah, what kind of question is that? Oh wow, this place has a huge outfitter. Holy shit. They sell fucking everything here. Except the luxury bunks. They don't sell those. They sell a brig. I could do criminal transportation. Based, that's how we do it. I mean, I don't have particularly strong feelings towards either side here. Okay, sorry about that. My internet connection died there for a second. But that shouldn't result in a VOD split because I was vigilant this time about reconnecting to the network. Wow, I can't spell. Whoops. Just let me refresh a few things. Stream elements and trigger fire get cranky if I don't refresh the cache. And by cranky, I mean like their features stop working. Uh, which is bad for me, who relies on them to do everything for me. Okay, now things should be working. Sorry about that. Okay, where was I? What the fuck is a breeder reactor? I mean, the name is funny, but isn't that one that produces more enriched fuel or something? A breeder reactor is a more efficient fission reactor that captures some of the neutron radiation produced by the reactor and uses it to enrich more fuel. They are, of course, more bigger and more expensive as a result. I was going to say, you can do that in real life. And you can actually do that across different types of nuclear reactor. So get this. A fission reactor, I think with lithium installed in it, can be used as a breeder reactor for fusion fuels because when lithium is neutron activated, it will decay into tritium. And tritium decays into helium-3. Tritium's decay is like a half-life of 7 years. Anybody who's like, oh, we need to mine the moon for helium-3 is just like, they're scamming you. I'm sorry. This is really important. It's like a cool thing for movies, and I love the movie Moon, uh, in which this is a central plot point. You do not need to mine the moon for helium-3. It is, in fact, way, way cheaper and easier to just make it in a nuclear reactor. It is astonishingly easy in comparison. To me, anything in space is difficult, but mining the like lunar regolith for helium-3 is just silly. I guess if you, I would say there's theoretical concepts where you can what's the word I'm looking for? Have like something in like a gas giant's upper atmosphere filtering out gases or like scooping it out of the atmosphere. That could theoretically work, and that would be better than mining the surface of the moon. It's still more difficult than just breeding helium-3 in a regular nuclear reactor. I think about this because I had to think about the world building of how a nuclear supply chain would work in the universe that I'm working about. What about the cool factor? Okay, you're going to be mining the moon anyways if you're going to be like trying to build things there. You don't need the moon is a tiny gravity well outside of Earth. It is already important as a source of material that is already in orbit and doesn't require billions of delta V to get out of the gravity well. Like the moon is already going to be important, probably. Just like what this game says, the moon could be a shipyard, but uh, mining it for helium-3 specifically is just like there's there's no reason to do that. Especially if you're on the moon, you're probably going to have nuclear reactors up there anyways. I mean, I guess you could, do solar power, but like if you're powering any kind of industry up there, like actual mining equipment, solar power is not going to be enough. Can't wait when we colonize the moon. I like to think there will be a moon base up there before it, like sometime in my lifetime. That would be cool. I don't know if it'll ever have heavy colonization. If only because if you're trying to make an environment nice to live in, it's probably easier to just build like an O'Neill cylinder or something like that. The planetary bodies are a good source of raw material, but the problem is that partial gravity is still not Earth gravity. It's not really good for you. But you can't really put a centrifuge like habitat on a planet. You could if it was something really small. Like you could put a centrifuge on the surface or inside of an asteroid. Something like the moon would present actual mechanical difficulty. Probably gonna have a base there way sooner than Mars. Oh, absolutely. Yes. 100% we will have a moon base before we have a base on Mars. I don't think that that's even. Look, Mars base isn't. I wouldn't call it complete insanity. It's just a bad priority. If we're going to want to work out the difficulties of living in space and you know constructing things on a planet with the resources that we have there, it would be much easier to learn all of that and develop technologies for it when the thing is on the moon and not on Mars, which is months away, with a favorable launch window. Like going straight for Mars is stupid. Not unless you had a lot of money and better engines than we have now. Um, that said, I don't know how good of a colonization candidate Mars is in the first place. Its thin atmosphere is enough to fuck with landing thrusters, but it's also enough to make like taking off of the surface an issue. And also it's not enough to breathe, and it's the wrong, kind of air. Something like Ganymede would be a much better colonization candidate. But I mean, any kind of planetary surface, you can dig like a trench and then build a building in there, and then like that's a colony. But you have to like, there has to be an actual purpose for it. The thing about the moon is that it's a very small gravity well, and so that actually helps construct, further stuff in space. It can be used as a logistical center. But Mars is a deeper gravity well. It is actually more difficult to land and take off of from. So I mean, I don't get it. I mean, Elon Musk is obsessed with colonizing Mars because he thinks it's cool, and that's like his basis for doing things. Unfortunately, he's an idiot. Space radiation would kill people on board. Well, no, not depending on the design of your starship. Um, you just need to have better engines so that you can carry enough liquid water to put in the walls of your spaceship so that they form an effective neutron or gamma radiation barrier. Sorry, not neutron. Neutron would be a consideration if you had a nuclear engine though, which is like a real thing. And the future of space propulsion will be nuclear engines. I need to say this right now. Chemical engines are shit. We only use them because they are easier to make engineering wise, and the fuel is less dangerous. Yes, believe it or not, the fuel is less dangerous. But like chemical thrusters, they suck ass in terms of efficiency. Anyone who has played Kerbal Space Program knows this, that the nuclear engine is better. That's true in real life too. Guys, do you remember how he put people on Mars this year? Yeah. He would never lie about time projections and paint like a rosy picture that's not achievable. Despite the fact that that's literally what like startup venture capital people like him are best at doing, is just fucking lying to get investor money. Oh, he said December 29th. Let's wait. Oh yeah, good luck. Hey, if they can get to Mars in 1 month, that's pretty impressive. I was say realistically, you could assemble a ship to get there faster if you made something out of multiple parts and then assembled it in orbit. But again, each launch is going to add millions onto your cost projections. Billions. Oh, launch on December 29th, but it's still a pipe dream. Well, yeah, they don't have a launch vehicle capable of even getting to Mars. So, I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. I don't know why he would ever say that. They do not have a launch vehicle capable of getting out that far. Mars would be a good testing ground for attempting to colonize fully sized planets with similar gravity to Earth rather than a satellite. That's the only thing you can think of. I mean, if you wanted to aggressively terraform the planet, that would be possible, and you could eventually make Mars somewhat livable. But like, what's the fucking point when for the same amount of effort you could build like 100 different O'Neill cylinders in space? That would be pretty good to live on. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that it's pointless, if only because the technologies that you can get from developing space travel are going to be very important here on Earth. But also, a population living in space does not hurt the biosphere of Earth. Does that make any sense? Obviously, it would be difficult to have billions of people living in space, but in the far flung future, it might be nice if Earth could be a little bit more of a nature preserve. Because it's obvious, like, that our current strategy of um I don't know, the current strategy of having people buy and own plots of the Earth is not sustainable in the long run. But there's also considerations like it would be nice to live under. I don't know. Like if you could have a bunch of O'Neill cylinders out there, you could have more smaller societies that might be more nice to live under than just some random Earth country you were born into. Right now, space colonization would make things worse here faster. I have absolutely no idea what you mean by that. Sorry. I have no idea what you mean by that. Sorry. The kind of technology that we develop from our investments in space travel has always paid back itself here on Earth. You know, what was the one? What was the one statistic for every dollar we put into NASA, we get back? There's one thing that is actually a useful purpose of the federal government. It is investing in cutting edge research that like venture capital won't do. That's why we have struggled to develop fusion is because we don't fund it. Yeah, the number is that essentially for every $1 invested in NASA, it ends up returning about 7, I think is the number. Wish I could see what the actual evaluation of that is, though. insane amount of jet fuel we need to launch everything. Well, yeah, but then of course that's the purpose behind developing different kinds of engines. We may not need jet fuel in the future. Maybe we develop some kind of orbital tether system so we don't really need fuel to launch at all. The purpose the purpose of setting up habitation in space, like on the moon or locations like it, is that you could construct an O'Neill cylinder without having to cart everything to orbit. That's the big problem. And if you ever have played, Terra Invicta, that's one of the first things that you try to do in that game is set up a self-sufficient economy in space that produces material to expand your economy in space, because carting it up from the surface of the Earth is incredibly expensive in that game. Even with all the technological advances that you make, getting things from the surface to the Earth into space is really expensive. And that game actually does abstract it in a pretty satisfying way. It calls it boost, which is the capacity for space industry to move things from the surface into orbit. And there are technologies that make you produce more boost, so you can move more things into orbit. But you don't really want to be doing that. Except for people, actually. Hospitals and space tourism in that game generate you money, and that costs boost. Late game, it's one of the only things you want to be spending any boost on. You do not want to be carting material up from the surface of the Earth into space, especially heavy things like water or nuclear fuel, because you will go broke. You will be so broke. Terra Invicta has a lot of problems, but that game is actually really cool. We could make moon bases that make parts for O'Neill cylinders. Really, that would be the point to putting a colony on the moon, is to further construct things in space with lunar materials. Yes, the moon is a big rock, but it's also got metal in it. I think it even has ice water in it. It's got everything you need, as long as you have the technology to extract it off of the surface. Which is its own set of challenges that we don't, quite have an established way of overcoming, which is why I think that, like, setting up stuff on the moon is way better than trying to shoot for Mars. I've talked enough about how stupid Elon is. You should play Terra Invicta, but it's still early access. Terra Invicta has problems, but overall I do like the game. My one disagreement with the game is really that I don't really like the agent system. I wish instead of having agents, it was abstracted as, like, the size of your organization, and you'd have, like, action points instead of having individuals that you train. I don't really like the agent system, but overall I still enjoy Terra Invicta as a game. I think it's pretty cool. Anyways, I got way off topic. I'm supposed to be playing Endless Sky, aren't I? Yep, just chatting stream in the middle of stream. Don't worry about it. Okay. Wait, didn't I wanted to buy a star map, didn't I? I didn't have one. Okay. We have a rush delivery to Hippocrates. I don't want to take that just yet. I want to go down here really quickly and do our mission. We'll take the passenger transport too, because we can afford it. Since we have to go there anyways. Is it worth playing right now, or just waiting? They just got whoa, hold on. What the fuck is going on I want to look at something really quickly. Enif is a station with... Hey man, is this a fucking ring world? Where am I right now? Oh, this is Quark space. These are aliens. Okay, never mind. This is Quarg human space. So there's planets here that are both owned by the Quarg and planets that are also owned by like the Empire. Sure, man. This is fucking Stellaris. I didn't know that there were ring worlds in this game. You wish your luck of pass. You wish your passengers the best of luck and collect your payment. Okay, 2 passengers done. There are no missions here. Really? Really? Spaceport is a towering steel structure built by the Korg with docks for their pilotless cargo drones, as well as platforms for human ships. Oh, well, here's the robots that I was asking about. There are robots in this game, but they're used by aliens. I guess the humans haven't figured it out. Is it like 50% done or 80%? Let me look at the Steam page. What did the most recent update do? It was honestly a fairly complete game with a beginning, like a middle and end when I last played it. Let me see what the most recent update was. November 17th. Key features. More than 50 new regions on Earth, along with new nations, breakaways, formables, along with new mechanics for region annexation and federations. We also updated Earth's boost values for the 2022 scenario to match Earth's actual launch capabilities during that year. A realistic combat mode in which ships are closer to their actual sizes and propellant consumption at high acceleration increases dramatically. New hab modules, new events, new projects, an updated tutorial, smarter AI. Recent reviews are also positive. I don't I thought Terra Invicta was a fairly complete game when I last played it. But I also have a high tolerance for like early access bullshit. So I don't know how to answer that. Stellaris mentioned, indeed. In addition to the human inhabitants, there's a few tall, almost fragile-looking robots with digitigrade limbs and narrow torsos patterned after the anatomy of a Korg. Most of the robots stand still in the corners like statues, but a few are moving around and interacting with people, apparently as remote control proxies for Korg in orbit. It is a clear reminder of who owns this planet. Isn't that like the isn't that like the puppeteers? Didn't they do that? Let me see. No, I don't think so. Huh. That's actually the idea of an alien species using robotic drones as proxies for themselves is really cool. That's like oh my god, guys. They're VTubers they're VTubers at anime cons. They're literally VTubers. Or those like shitty Tesla robots that are remotely controlled, the humanoid ones. Um, but I like the VTuber analogy more. Um, there don't seem to be that many Korg planets. Excuse me, sorry. There does not seem to be that many Korg planets. I guess they're not really the expansive type. They also seem to be pretty highly advanced. I wonder, can we buy ships from them? Uh, Shipyards. There doesn't appear to be any Korg shipyards. Interesting. Or maybe there's other Korg planets that we just are somewhere else. I don't know. This is our first time we've ever met aliens. They don't want to fucking talk to us. Oh, and there's the ad break. New Britain is one of the few worlds in the Dirt Belt region of the galaxy that is relatively prosperous and has a large population. Although the gravity here is slightly low, it is otherwise a nearly ideal Earth-like world, rich enough in natural resources that all the raw materials for the local industry can come from can come from on planet. Among the native life forms, the most striking are the many species of large and colorful birds, most of which have learned to give the cities and the spaceports a wide berth. New Britain, huh? I don't know if I like that. Okay, okay. No, I'm done. We're checking the outfitter. Where can I buy fucking luxury berths? Please tell me. Oh my god, it doesn't even show up on the parts list. Oh, wait, luxury accommodations. Where can I buy this? Only in the Galactic North. That's why we haven't seen it the entire time that we've been down here. Never mind. That makes sense. Interference plating. Oh, scan interference. That's if you want to have, like, illegal shit on your ship. Harvest... Wait. Wait, whoa. Hold on. Harvest 30 tons of platinum and return to New Britain in the Dabiz system by Saturday, 27th August 3014. Um, what is the current day that it is? Saturday, Saturday the 30th of July. 30th of July to 27th of August. That's like an entire month. Um, can't I just buy platinum? Hmm. You may have to get it from asteroids. Well, now I'm sad I don't have the mining ship. Well, shit. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Hello, just Carla. Welcome in, first time chatter. I hope that you enjoy the stream. Damn, maybe I should have picked up the mining ship because that's Oh, I can only buy that around Earth too. Hmm. Stellaris mentioned. Okay, Lulu, it's funny that you say that because it's obvious that when I saw the ring world in the one system that we passed into, um, what about me? Well, been having a pretty good stream, although I won't be streaming for that much longer. Probably only an hour. Uh, because I've been alive 5 hours. I do have to work later today, but um, I've been enjoying this game. I guess I never really played this game in depth the last time that I tried it. It's actually pretty interesting. It has a lot more mechanics than I thought that it initially did. Now the Sunder would be our mining ship. That might be worth it. That mineral shortage mission is really that's a lot of money. Rush delivery to silver. What about the transport mission? Don't know too much about this game. He's switching to the secret stream he does on his Discord server. I've literally never streamed in the Discord once in my life. That's actually probably not true. I might have streamed Nebulous in there like one time. Let's see. There are a couple of transport missions that I might want to take here. Okay, the large rush delivery to silver is really close to the Sol system. That's by August 13th. Okay, yes, we could do this. I see what has to be done. And then we can transport a family to Earth, and that's 50,000 credits. But we're going to take a slight detour. However, this should still be possible. Now, every jump I make between a system takes a day. Every time we land on a planet, it takes a day. However, we got about 11 days to get there. We should have enough time. Oh, I have more transports to the Sol system, actually. Tourists to Mars. And a student to Earth. I'm just going to take both of these. They're on the way. Okay, but we need to go to Vega first because that is where our large rush delivery is. We have to get there by August 13th. It is currently August 3rd. We have 10 days to get there. It's less than 10 jumps. It's only, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jumps. Which, incidentally, is exactly the amount of hyperspace fuel every ship in our fleet has. So we should be able to actually do this ahead of time. I don't think you get any extra money by getting it there faster, though. That'd be kind of a nice thing, but I guess that's not really what they're paying for. It would appear that there is no tipping in intergalactic cargo transportation, unfortunately. And then there's large rush deliveries. They gave... Ah! Don't explode me. Please. I have done nothing wrong, and then chat just wants to kill me. It's fucked up. These missions all suck. We're just going to go to the Sol system, where we have 3 missions waiting for us. And I think What were they anyways? I can't view them here. But I think Earth is where we're supposed to go? Pretty sure? Yes, okay, we had 2 missions to go to Earth, and there's another one that takes us to Mars. Job board. Do you have a large rush delivery anywhere? Harvested neodymium. Harvested gold to Earth. Guys, I think we might want to try a mining ship, actually. I think we might want to try the mining ship. Look at these numbers. 262,000? 276? That's crazy. It's much better than whatever else we've been doing. Time to mine low temperature diamonds. What is a low temperature diamond actually? I'm not familiar. Where's Mars? Wait, where's Mars? Hold on. Oh, wait, I've actually selected it properly. Never mind. I'm just blind. Oh, it's from Elite. It was the cash making meta for some time. When I played Elite Dangerous, I mean, there were many cash making metas, but you want to know what my absolute favorite one was? Okay. Take a Fer de Lance or some other ship. Honestly, you can do this with a small ship, frankly. Um, go to a hazardous resource collection site, specifically hazardous, and help the local security forces gank the shit out of pirates and make like millions in bounty vouchers. That was how I made money. There are other ways to make money. But that one was more interesting than transportation for me. Though you can totally trade in Elite like you can in this game. And you can also do all sorts of other stuff. And his turrets just did the job. You can really use a Type 10 as a combat vessel in that game? Isn't that like a freighter? I think I used a Fer de Lance, and I was using a no, don't make me do the cat pose. Oh god. Chat deciding whether they want to call me cat coded or dog coded, flipping a coin before stream. Okay, what's our job board? Large rush delivery to Maelstrom. Rush delivery, rush delivery. Purification. Okay, hold on. What is the cargo capacity of the Sunder? Cargo space is 80 tons, huh? We can buy that here in Seoul, can't we? Let's go to Luna, actually. That's where the... No, not Mars. Mars is not where the shipyard is. There we go. It has, like, loads... Oh, the Type 10 Defender. It's the hull variant. It has more armor. You're right. I forgot that there were variants of ships in that game. We are gonna sell... How much does this cost? 1.47? Uh... I can't afford that right now. We'll have to do a few more missions and then sell our little shuttle, and then we can buy the Thunder. Due to the recent nuclear bombings on Martini, bring 8 construction workers to assist in the accommodation of reconstruction. Yeah, sure, we'll help out. Oh, we're also bringing water purification tablets to Martini. I guess we're helping with the war effort, technically, now. Whoops. Or not whoops, really. I don't... It's fine. To Martini it is. It has a stupid-ass spoiler, like why? What is the point? It just gets in the turret's way. Actually, it's really funny, because the ships in Elite Dangerous look like they're supposed to fly in atmosphere, but never once do you actually fly in atmosphere. Well, I guess they... You can fly in planets with thin atmospheres. I need to hail the... Hold on. I need to hail the planets. The people first. How do I do that? Uh... Maybe talk to selected ship. Okay, yeah, you use the talk button. When you explain to the spaceport controller that you have on board a group of construction workers from Martini's disaster relief efforts, they give you the clearance land. It was that easy. Okay. Martini is a world of exotic beaches and perfect weather. The Republic's Central Bank and Galactic Stock Exchange were previously headquartered here before a terrorist attack destroyed them, and a large portion of the capital city as well. Currently, a massive rescue and evacuation operation is underway and around the capital. In and around the capital to find and treat survivors and contain the radiation. As to be expected, the plant's supplies are running dangerously low, and what remains of Martini's government has called for civilian ships to help deliver goods and provisions for the operation. Clothing donations, deliveries, large rush delivery. That's an expensive one. None of these jobs look that great. Let's just try the next system over. Or the next planet over. No, but it's like the ships in Elite Dangerous are designed like they're supposed to be used in the atmosphere. But but you can't even fly in the atmosphere in Elite Dangerous. What's the fucking point? It's a job board. Large rush delivery to Canyon. I don't even know how to get there. I'd like to take some of these large rush deliveries, but they're so expensive I can't. Or sorry, they require so much cargo space that I can't do it. Kind of ass. We can go to Mars though. There's a couple missions here to go there, anyways. They're not worth very much, but maybe we'll get some better missions there. At least I hope so. Why do we get? Why is it that when we get into the rich core of space, the missions suck? Shouldn't you guys be offering me better missions, not worse ones? Oh, wait, I wanted to read this earlier, but I didn't have a chance. Mars was humanity's first attempt at terraforming. Although it remains a dry, cold desert, the air is now breathable without an oxygen tank, and there are sections of the planet where a fair number of plants can grow. Because far more hospitable plants are available to those with enough money to pay for interstellar travel, the farms and ranches of Mars are run mostly by poorer Earth families who want to escape the pollution and congestion, along with some young adults who do farm work to finance their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand on another world. Damn it, there's more large rush deliveries, but I don't have the cargo space for them. This is ass. Oh, there's 2 missions to Windblane, though. By Sunday, 21st of August. What is it now? That doesn't make any sense. What, rush delivery? Oh, God. Okay. No, never mind. It says, I was reading today's date. We need to get it there by mid next month. That's very easy. We can do that. And we can do that one as well, because I think that's on the way. Now from here, would it be easiest to go this way or this way? I think this is easier. And then while we're out there, hopefully we can get some better missions than what we currently have. It's not that I like the Republic, but I don't see any anything morally wrong with helping with relief efforts from the fact that the planets were nuked to shit. Okay, actually we want to land here instead of going into the next system because we won't have enough hyperspace fuel to get out of the next system, which is not inhabited. Oh, we have another mission for Rhaegor. Yeah, I'll take that mission. Okay, and then we need to depart. And this is uncharted space. I don't know what is supposed to be up here in the north. Except pirates. Apparently. Jesus Christ. That scared me. Okay, we should probably land here and get fuel. And a map. Valhalla was the first world to be settled in this region of space, which is known as the Deep. It is rich in natural resources, but all of its vast farms and fisheries are insufficient to feed its population of over 5 billion. The shipyards of Lionheart Industries are located here. Centuries ago, warships built here turned the tide of the Alpha War, and today the ships built in the Deep continue to be some of the most technologically advanced ships in human space, and the most expensive. Okay, so we can't buy anything here. They're too rich for us. Oh my god, what is that? That looks like an abomination, but also looks kind of cool. The Lionheart Bactrian is the last of the great city ships. A design harkening back to the early days of space colonization, when long-distance vessels needed to be a self-contained world, able to survive for weeks at a time without encountering an inhabited planet. It is not only a freighter, but also a carrier, a capable warship, either at short range or a distance. Naturally, this versatility also makes it extremely expensive, and the Bactrian is normally only for sale to citizens who have been vetted by the local government of the Deep. To purchase this ship, you must have a city ship license. Okay. Shit, do they sell those at the outfitter? No. No. Security station. This is a specially designed barricade which can be installed in the hallways of your ship as a powerful defense against anyone who boards you in an attempt to take over your ship. Okay, interesting. Hey, speaking of atomic engines, they sell atomic engines here. Oh, those need a lot more outfit space. Oh, but they provide like 10 trillion thrust. I see. So they're better than the default engines. and that they produce a lot more thrust, but they cost more energy and heat. Whereas ours are more economic in terms of outfit space. These ones are more economic in terms of thrust. I get it. Oh, here's luxury accommodations. We wanted to buy this, didn't we? It only takes 10 outfit space. Small bunk room takes 12 outfit space. Gives us more passengers. We may want the cargo expansion, though. I'm gonna get the cargo expansion. I would like to also fit an additional small bunk room, but we can't do that without ripping something out. I don't even know what we can at this point. I don't think we can unless there's something better than the fuel cell. Fuel. Okay, photovoltaic panels do not count as energy generation. They're counted as solar collection. I don't think there's anything better than the fuel cell in terms of power generation. You know, we could rip off the shield generator, but that feels like a bad idea. I feel like we kind of need that. Okay, we have a job up here. Rush delivery by 31st. Oh, wait. 12th of September. And then rush by 10th of September. Okay, so we need to go to Regor first. And then we need to go to Markeb. Let's go to Regor first. That's where we have 3 missions. And then we have a rush delivery to Markeb as well, but that one gives us 2 extra days. But we have like 10 days to get there, actually. Okay, that was a pretty good. Drought relief to New Argentina, 62,000. Large rush delivery to Thrall. How many days do we get to do that? 17th of September? What is it? What day is it currently? 3rd of September. We don't have enough days to get down there from where we are without forfeiting the rush delivery that we already accepted to Markeb. So we have to go do that first, unfortunately. What do luxury goods cost here? They're pretty cheap here. No, man, trust me, you don't need shields. I won't kill you. I don't know if I trust your... Well, let's buy a map also while we're here. Okay. Depart for Markeb. I keep wanting to call it Market. A lot of the planet names in this game are like, this sounds vaguely similar to a real-life word. Now I want to mispronounce it. Holy shit, a space station. I feel like we saw a space station earlier, but we kind of passed by it. It was an alien one, I think. Oh, there's another one there. Okay. Bivrost is one of the planets of the deep where heavy metals are relatively abundant. What began as a mining colony developed into one of the most prosperous worlds in the region. Like most worlds that are strip mined for uranium, the environment outside the cities is relatively unspoiled. Strict controls are placed on the emissions of waste products of the local manufacturing plants to ensure that it stays that way. Okay, we've got some missions here. Drought relief to bounty for 90,000. A rush delivery to a system only a couple jumps away for 75,000 credits. One for 90,000. We have 3 missions that go to that planet. What do you mean 53 tons of popcorn kernels? What the fuck are these? Dude, what the fuck are these transportation missions? These are like the people from math assignments here. What the hell is this? What do you mean? Wealthy tourists for 64,000. Ooh. Yeah, sure, I'll take both of those. I do have to leave this area of space, though. That's like... Yeah, okay. No, I'll take those wealthy tourists. Right, I forgot that the wealthy people in this game will spend billions of money. And heavy metals are very cheap here, so we'll just buy those as much as we can. And we can sell heavy metals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can just sell them there as Zosma on the way. Because they are high price there. Not very high, but high enough for us to make a profit. So, my god, the sky is endless. Ah! Hi, Kimona. Welcome in. What happens when an entire planet is just dedicated to making popcorn? That sounds like something that'll... Not Warhammer 40k. That sounds like a Douglas Adams bit, actually. They are more similar. I was gonna say, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and Warhammer 40k are more similar than they are different. Rock bottom prices on the local movie theater snacks. God, I would hope so. But you know what I was saying earlier about the difference between wholesale and retail prices? They'll gouge you even if it doesn't make sense. But yeah, Endless Sky is a little like space RPG game. I'm having fun playing it, actually. Even though we've been doing mostly very boring missions thus far. I don't really have a ship to take on anything more fancy. Okay, I can get a job. I can get another job that's for our destination system. 24 tons of humidifiers. Why do you need 24 tons of humidifiers? Whatever. That's not something I give a shit about. You'll only make a... Okay, I was gonna say... I was just reading the text that appears down below at the bottom of the screen. It seems that different systems have different asteroids. But I don't know if there's a way to see that on the map, or if we're just required to use the asteroid scanner to see what systems have what kinds of asteroids. I really do want to try the mining out, though. Cargo of plastic pellets. Why did they need this as a rush order? What in the world... Never mind. Oh, I'm supposed to take these other things to Calda, which is the other planet in the system. Okay. So a large rush delivery, frontier delivery. Frontier systems have a high rate of piracy. Oh, that's why they're labeled differently, because you're probably going to get attacked when you do them. There's missions to Mars, so we'll take those as well, because we're going to go to the Sol system. That's where we can buy our mining ship. After these next couple of missions, we should have... No. I want to land down here. I had to select that manually for some reason. Okay, any other missions to Seoul? Oh, actually, yes. Wealthy tourists would like to go to Earth. Sure, man. Yeah, the wealthy tourists definitely give you a lot more money per passenger bunk space than the other ones. How much money do I have now? Um, it actually doesn't show me in the trading map. Hold on, what's the medical is very low here. Where can I sell medical? Not on Earth, apparently. I guess the core systems are can produce their own medicine. What about metal? Can't sell that on Earth either. I was looking for something I could pick up here and then sell on Earth. Ooh, I think I can do electronics. Did you just see 24 tons of humidifiers? That's correct. I've been asked to deliver 24 tons of humidifiers. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. That's a lot of humidifiers. I feel like working in bulk transportation is making me insane. It's literally, it's literally mouth-washing. Okay, we need to land here because we actually don't have enough fuel for the next jump. No more missions to Earth. We're too close for them to be worth anything anyways. Base diving at Delve. Head to the Delve in the sheet system with 8 professionally equipped skydivers and drop them from the edge of space. They've agreed to pay 120,000 credits? Do they have to reach the ground safely? Or can I just drop them and then I get the payment no matter what happens? Enough humidifiers to turn Mars into a jungle? Fuck, apparently. Okay, I need to stop at each planet in the Sol system. It looks like. So let's visit Luna last. Hey man, go to Mars. It's actually where we're supposed to be landing. The auto-targeting system is a little annoying. Would like to be able to select the planet, and then it would take me there, but that is not apparently something that is possible. And then we need to go to Earth. Never mind. It always selects the closest planet, but I don't actually want that. I want to go here. Hit new indie game Humidifying, where small crew of interstellar delivery people eat humidifiers to survive. I think that sounds a little derivative, frankly. Oh wait, and I wanted to sell heavy metals here. Okay. Now we can take more deliveries. Nope. They require too much cargo space. That sucks. Wish we could order these by sort missions by profit. That does not appear to be possible, though. Okay, here's a better question. That 24 tons of humidifiers, I have to take that to the moon. Why does the moon need 24 tons of humidifiers? Are you kidding me? That's insane. Okay. Harvested gold to Luna. Harvested tungsten to Luna. Wait, how much money do we have? Can we get that new ship yet? We have 900,000 credits. Oh, almost a million. New ship costs 1.47. Why is the outfits on this ship expensive? Why is the heavy shuttle sell for so much? What the fuck does it have installed on it? Hold on. What do you have installed that's so expensive? It's not the steering. Oh, it's the luxury accommodations. Oh, wow, that was expensive. Probably shouldn't have bought that in the first place. Well, shit. Maybe that was a mistake. Especially since we don't even seem to be getting any wealthy tourist missions. Maybe we need to visit the Paradise planets? I don't know. Um, okay, fine, they can make a death beam super laser to destroy Earth. I don't know how you can do that with humidifiers, but that would be cool. Okay, we're gonna sell this ship, actually. The Gravity Well. And then we are going to buy the Sunder. The Sunder actually has 80 cargo space. We could totally use this for transportation missions, actually. I don't know why the wiki said that that was not possible. It totally is. What should I name this mining ship? Oh fuck. Chat, help me. I'm not good with names. What do I name this ship? Um, be a good name for a mining ship. I could just auto-generate names forever. I don't want to do that though. Chat, you have to help me. These auto-generated names are ass. Wings of the Quasar sounds like a shitty off-brand um StarCraft game title. Let's see. Oh wait, what was the one giant dredge miner? I could name it after the as a professional Twitch chat user, you will help. Give me a good ship name. A good ship name. I'm bad at names. Otherwise, I'm gonna name it like Grape Crusher 5000. I don't think we're in the business of making wine, but that's a good name. Okay, that's the name of our ship now. It really was that easy. Um, it should be our capital ship. Also, let's check our outfitter. Because wait, actually, hold on. Don't we have mining lasers installed on this thing? Okay, yeah, we have a tractor beam, 2 mining lasers. We do actually need a fuel cell on this. And a regular battery pack, I think. However, we can get the shittier engines instead of the ones that we currently have. That cuts our thrust in half. I don't know that we want to do that, actually. I should see about getting the larger plasma engines instead of these ones. Because, God, those take up a lot of outfitting space. You didn't think I'd actually do it? It's fine. It's a great name. It's a great name. Okay, we come with an asteroid scanner. Really, I don't think there's much more that we can add on to this. At least without having the ability to buy different engines for our ship. Maybe we could get a better power generator. Anyways, that's not important. I don't really know that we need the large shield generator. I'll be honest. That would save us 7 units of space. Which actually doesn't really help us that much. Because we can't get a cargo expansion. We need 20 units of free space to get a cargo expansion. So we're not going to fuck with the ship right now. Harvested aluminum and gold to Luna. I don't know where to find gold. Let's try tungsten, okay? We need how much tungsten? 60 tons. I don't know where to find tungsten, but we're gonna find out. If you have a carrier which can use fighters transfer cargo. Wait. Upon taking off, one of your internal sensors begins to beep. You flick off the siren and check the diagnostic report. Apparently, there's a non-negligible heat source detected in the food storage of your ship. As far as problems go, it's not a particularly alarming one. There are plenty of reasons there may be a heat spike of storage. Most of them would not require the captain of the ship to investigate. That's absolutely a stowaway. Wait. After a short search and the rearranging of quite a few deceptively heavy boxes, you're able to track the heat signature to a foodstuffs crate you recently took on. It has yet to be opened, but you can tell its seal has already been tampered with. Do we open this box? What the fuck is this? Is this like an alien and we're gonna fucking die? I'm not black market trading. In fact, I'm about to start trying mining. I'm gonna open the crate. I knew it was a stowaway. You pry open the crate. It should be full of meals for your journey, but after removing the lid, you discover a dirty, disheveled man. Before you have a chance to say anything, the man looks up at you with narrowed, pained eyes and whimpers. Please, I just had to get away. It wasn't safe. I had to get away. Who are you? I don't care about the food. Timothy Radrickson. I tossed your food out to make room. I'm sorry. I have no money to pay you back. I just had to leave. They were after me. I owed money and I had nothing. Any other world will do. I just need to get away and start anew. I know where you're going. The airlock? I'm not doing that. Is there somewhere you'd like to go? Or I'll drop you off at the next port. I leave the moon and then drop him off on the Earth, which is even an even shittier planet. I should do that. That would be funny. Is there somewhere you'd like to go? Rand, he says. Oh, I didn't realize you could view all previous conversations like that. Okay. I can make good money there. I can turn my life around, but I'd be okay with anywhere. Okay, I'll take him to Rand. Sure, whatever the fuck. Where the fuck is Rand? Is this even on the star map? Oh, wait. It doesn't show up on the star map. Find out. R-A-N-D. Okay, but before I do that, I actually have to land on Earth. And rearrange my, Wait, no. No, I press I to rearrange ships. How many calories is a stowaway? Good question. We could eat him. I don't really think I need to do that, though, but we could. Okay. Outfitter. Do I need to buy mining drones? It doesn't say that I had any. I have 2 drone bays. I don't think there's anything in them. Okay, with an asteroid scanner and a fleet, you can direct your fleet to assist with mining operations and collect mined resources. If your escort or fighter has no weapons but has cargo space, then it will chase after mined resources instead of mining. Okay, our escort does not have weapons, but it does have cargo space, so it will do that. It's the black sclera. It's making you evil and prone to cannibalism. That's true, actually. That's canon. V selects the nearest asteroid. F focuses your thing. Z will toggle whether your ship. Okay. Okay. How do I mine? Wow, that was actually kind of loud. I may need to turn that down. How do I use the asteroid scanner again? Hold on. I need to make that shit way less loud. Explosions needs to be turned down. That's that problem. Transformers G1 sounding ass. The sounds in this game aren't so great. It will display an overlay for nearby asteroids, so maybe there was just something I wasn't seeing. Iron. Oh, it says iron asteroid. How do I switch asteroids that I'm selecting? Sorry, I have to keep checking out this thing. Select nearest asteroid is V, but I want to select next asteroid, not nearest one. There doesn't seem to be a button for that. So I may just have to fly around asteroids to see what they are. We're looking for tungsten, aren't we? I don't know that we'll be able to find any here. We'll probably need to visit another system. But first I need to land on Luna. And sell all of this shit. 17 tons of special commodities. I don't want those. How do I dump asteroid commodities? Wait, hold on a second. Dump cargo? No, I can't do that either. Sorry, this is going to take me a moment to figure this out. Okay. I think I can't dump cargo. What about... Oh, I can dump cargo here. Okay, the shuttle has that iron. I had to select that ship specifically in order to dump cargo. It makes sense now. I had selected the ship that didn't have the cargo. And so, well, of course I can't dump it there. Whoa, hey, hey. No, you just fucking tractor beamed a bunch of iron. I don't want that. I don't even know how I did that, actually. We need to find a system with tungsten asteroids. Procyon... Well, let's go south, I guess? I don't know where to find out. Copper asteroid. Copper asteroid. Titanium. We needed tungsten. So different star systems have different kinds of asteroids, it seems like. It doesn't seem like there's a way to just tab through them. Lead. Titanium. Only some asteroids can be mined, as far as I can tell. Copper. Copper. How many days do I have left on this? 12th of October. It is currently 2nd of... Okay, 2nd of October. So we've got quite a few days. But it won't matter if we can't find a valid system to find tungsten in. Let's try this empty system here. Copper. Iron. There's a lot of copper and iron. Okay, so it looks like the uninhabited systems tend to have a lot more stuff to mine. But this is not the kind of stuff that we need. This is copper and iron. Which, as far as I can tell, is pretty fucking useless. Well, it would be useful if we had a mission for it, which we don't. What about, like, Procyon? Okay, I think we have to land here because my, little fleet ship, the other ship that I have, does not have enough fuel for another jump. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the asteroid thing. But it looks like there's nothing here for us. We're gonna run out of time to go mining here. Also, there's ads in about 1 minute. No, yeah, about 1 minute. Sorry about that. Outfitter. Do you sell better engines here? No. Well, you don't sell shit here. Why is there even an outfitter here? All you sell is rockets. I don't need that. No wonder nobody likes Relic. Your place sucks. Oh, please tell me. If I look at the stars, does it tell me what kind of mineral I can find there? Doesn't really look like it. I don't think that there's a way to find out except looking at the wiki. Which is unfortunate. It looks like this system just has silicon asteroids. Yeah, that's all they got here is silicon. Okay, what about up here? Lead and iron. Lead and iron. Well, no wonder the fucking factories on the moon are running into resource shortages. Whatever they're trying to mine isn't anywhere. Yeah, we can't do this. We can't do this mining mission because there's nowhere that has this mineral. I mean, what the fuck? Oh, that's bad. That's bad noises. That pirate got his ass beat, actually. That was crazy. That dude got turned into, like, dust. Okay. Other large rush deliveries. I mean, we can take those. I want to do the mining stuff, though. But not every system seems to have much in the way of minerals. And the map doesn't tell me what I need to know. So we just kind of have to find out by trial and error. Ooh, uranium! Wait, uranium? Isn't that useful? Didn't we see some missions for that? There's... Oh, there's lead? We don't need lead. There's more uranium. Hold on. I just realized now, I was like, why is the asteroid changing direction? It's because it's orbiting around the star. I think I might be stupid. Hey, did that asshole just take my minerals? How bad would it be if we deorbited it into Earth? Not necessarily that bad. Oh, no, I don't want to fucking jettison the cargo. Are you serious? I wanted to look at what I had. I just have 1 unit of uranium. These assholes are actually taking my minerals. Maybe the Republic does suck. Their fucking ships are stealing my shit. Doesn't look like there's that many asteroids left for us to gather. Let's go to Castor again. I think that's a system where we can get some more minerals. We can get some mineral missions. And also, let's take a look at what's in this system, actually, in terms of asteroids. Because we should be making mental notes of which systems have minerals that we may need. This has neodymium. Neodymium. We saw missions for that before. We may want the neodymium. Yeah, we're just gonna give up on that last mission that we had. I don't... Okay, deorbiting the uranium asteroid probably wouldn't be terrible. The only reason I say this, though... Oh, we can't land here, because this is, It's off limits because of the nuclear explosion. Right. Yeah, I forgot about the nuclear terrorism. Whoops. That's like an important detail, I think. And we can do traditional transport missions with this ship. I want to do the mining ones. We only really seem to get those in Sirius and in Sol. I think it's wherever shipyards are is where we need the mineral contracts. Okay, let's look at Mars. What missions do we have here? No mineral ones. Hold on, does it depend on which planet you're on? Let's check the moon. Oh, it does depend which planet you're on. Disaster relief to New India. Large delivery here. Rush deliveries. Where are my fucking mineral missions? How do I sell my special commodities? That's really annoying. Seeing all the tiny blips of ships in space is very krill coated. Like to scoop them up all at once like a whale. You might be a pirate, like in spirit. Okay, Earth has still no mineral missions. Fuck me, I guess. However, we have some rush delivery missions we can do. That will pay us very well. So I guess we go and do those? I mean, might as well. Well, this is a mining ship, but it has the cargo space for sorry, it has the mining space for delivery missions. So we can continue doing the kinds of missions that we were doing before. I'd like to do some of the... I'd like to be able to... Okay, there was titanium in this system, and aluminum, and iron. This system has... Just iron, it looks like. Oh, that's the we have to leave button. That's not good. That's pirates. Okay, what's this? Neither of these missions are worth shit. Okay, we're gonna go to Adhara. Which will give us quite a bit of money. I think it was like 170,000. That's still better than we were making before. Pretty much all because of the extra cargo space. Nice. This place has a shipyard. Mystery delivery to New Portland. That's extremely scary looking. What do you mean mystery delivery? What the fuck does that... Okay. I'm not going to question it. There's also secure deliveries. These other ones don't seem to like give you very much money at all. Okay, atomic thruster. We could use the small atomic thruster instead of our large thrusters, and it would save us space. Yeah, that's like better thrust for less outfit space. However, thrusting heat is like 366 there. And the energy required is a lot. You think for safety you should be allowed to question it a little? Oh, wait, I can sell the minerals in the... You sell the minerals in the outliner. Wow, a single unit of uranium is 5,000. Okay, so you can buy and sell minerals, but it's in the outfitter and not the trading tab. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, though. That's all right. That's fine. I just didn't know. And we had to go to that other system. I think probably if we just find some rare minerals, we can just buy those. Or we can just... Missions to go down there. Other missions here. I just kind of want to, like, look at some star systems and see what asteroids they've got. Because now that I realize that we can just buy and sell them wherever, we don't have to do those missions. We just make money directly. Although it has to be kind of like a good mineral. Otherwise it's not really worth it. Like, lead is probably not going to sell for very much. Yeah, this is all lead. This is, like, useless to us. We've got, not very many asteroids in this system. Or no, this is a fucking ginormous system. There's still not very many asteroids here, though. So this is probably not a good place to go mining. What about up here? I do need to keep in mind my fuel limits. Wait, tungsten asteroid. Hold on. Wasn't that the stuff that we were trying to get? Hold on, I need to see if there's a way to do autopilot. No, it doesn't really look like it. That's okay, though. Oh wait, no, auto steer is left control. Oh, that points us at our target. Okay, that's fine. That's not quite what we need to do. Holy fuck, this asteroid is like... I have to chase it around the planet's stars. Okay, so a mining ship actually does need to have a good... The mining ship actually does need to have good engines, because otherwise you won't be able to capture the asteroids that you're trying to get to. Bastard. Wait, we actually are doing orbital maneuvers here. We have to catch it when it's in its high orbit, when it's moving very slowly. Three tons of tungsten, 5 tons of tungsten. Okay, so it's a little bit annoying because the ships that we play as are not subject to like gravitational mechanics. But the asteroids that we're trying to mine in the system are subject to those mechanics. Does this station have an outfitter? No, the planet does. Let's see how much tungsten sells for. Hey, what the fuck was that? Why did it switch? It must have been because I tapped L twice. So tungsten sells for 4,500 per. That's not bad money, actually. I would like to get some missions for the stuff, but we only see... Oh, 96 tons for 210,000. Ooh, 210,000. Those large rush deliveries are very, very convincing. Okay, wait, let's just do these missions here really quickly. There's like 3 of them. We can do them all at once. Okay, where's the planet? There's only one planet in this system. Okay. 100 tons, 50 tons. Okay, we could do a large rush delivery here. That was the wrong mission to take, actually. Wait, can I abort this? Yeah, sorry. I actually don't want to do that. Fuck you guys. Okay. Okay, we have a bunch of missions that we can do. That would be very easy to do in a row. So we're gonna do those as well. And then once we're back in Earth space, we can check and see if there's more mining missions. I would like to do those. Although with those particular ones, it might be that we were supposed to collect the minerals first and then wait to see if there's any contracts for them. But that means that we can't do other things while we're doing that, which kind of sucks. We're very fortunate that the mining ship is also an effective cargo transport. Otherwise, I'd be kind of fucked right now. Okay. I had forgotten that my escort and I have slightly different fuel ranges, but it's okay. We need to land here. Because we have a mission. A rush mission, actually. Then we need to go to Seoul. Luna specifically. I think both of our missions are to drop by Luna. Yeah, okay. We have more large rush delivery missions, but we don't have any of the mineral ones. What happened to those? Those were awesome. And the second that we bought a mining ship, they were gone. Which kind of sucks. Oh, there's tungsten asteroids in this system. There's a lot of them. Why is the audio for this... Why is the audio for this station really loud? Well, now we know where to get tungsten, I guess. It was just one system away, but the game didn't tell us that. That's kind of annoying. Oh, harvest silicon to tinker. We need 120 tons of cargo space, which we don't have. Oh, and the payment is dog shit. Never mind, we aren't doing that one, I guess. Lots of very interesting missions on this one. I'm just gonna go one system over and see if we can mine some tungsten. Because apparently there's infinite tungsten in this system. I'm gonna turn that down. That's really loud. I'm sorry. Audio. Weapons should be less loud. Now, each thing of tungsten is like what? Was it 4,500? With 90 units of cargo, that's like quite a lot. It's about 100,000, right? No. That's a lot more than 100,000. Sorry. That's like 400,000, I think. Of course, you have to collect that much tungsten, which takes a little bit of time. Fortunately, the auto-target allows us to match velocities with asteroids really easily, because you just tap W every once in a while. And it's as if you're matching orbital velocities. Not really, because of how the game's physics work. But it is effectively so. Unfortunately, it's not the most exciting gameplay for you guys. Why did I just fucking pick up lead? I don't want that shit. Oh, I can't choose which cargo to dump. Never mind. That's annoying. Someone else has sullied my cargo bay with their lead. I think I need to get those mining drones. I think that would make this go a lot faster. One, if I had the mining drones. Also, I wonder if I could put more lasers on the front of this thing. I don't think there's... I'd have to check what our weapon space is. Unfortunately, our scanner doesn't say how much each asteroid contains. We've got no way of finding out ahead of time. On the other hand, now I remember why I never found mining to be very interesting and Elite Dangerous, and that's because it is actually kind of... Well, actually, I kind of find it relaxing, but it can't be that interesting for you guys to watch. I did say it would end stream pretty soon. So I guess I'll finish up a bit of mining and then I'll end stream. Looks like each asteroid is netting us about 6 or 7 tungsten per asteroid. Although that one iron asteroid we mined gave us 17, so I think it probably depends on the mineral. We didn't seem to get very much uranium for the uranium asteroid at all. Okay, we are now... Yum, I'm so full of tungsten. Okay, let's land on Luna. Job board. Harvested silver to Luna. I don't remember where we can get silver from. Anyways, when you walk into Luna's outfitter, you notice it has a raft of new outfits for sale. Cooling equipment, afterburners, even new generators. Strangely, almost all the new stock appears to be from Kraz Cybernetics. Or sorry, appears to be from Kraz Cybernetics and Delta V, companies you usually see selling along the southern rim. Not far up here, so close to the center of the Republic. It is especially strange as those companies have been vocal supporters of the free worlds. Ask about the proprietary of the new outfits. The proprietor is busy at his desk inside the outfitter's small office, but as you approach, he gets up and acknowledges you. Hi, how can I help you today? How come you're selling Kraz and Delta V outfits up here? We're just going to be direct. Oh, I'm curious. You're not the first to ask, the proprietor responds overly brightly. With piracy on the rise, the increased tensions, and what everybody's assuming but not saying, impending conflict with the nuke happy secessionists down in the southern rim, we've had a lot of requests to stock some more specialized equipment. He walks over to a crate of javelins. A load of this stuff comes from the Syndicate, you know. Apparently they've already had a load of these missiles in production, but now that Kraz and Delta V are no longer companies operating in the Republic, they snapped up all the rights to manufacture their products. It's great for captains who rely on Delta V equipment but can't go down to the southern rim to restock their gear. Now, if you're interested in any of our new stock, just flag down one of our workers and we'll have it prepared and installed on your ship promptly. Oh, I see. That makes a lot of sense. So the because of the impending civil war, they can't sell the stuff here anymore. But okay, let's see how much selling 85 tungsten does for us. We have 827,000 credits. Sell it all and we have 1.2 million credits. Holy shit, actually that is a lot of money. Oh my god. Never mind. Mining is 100% totally worth it. Absolutely. Holy shit. That's a lot of money. Wow. Okay. Holy shit. Can I get mining drones? I can get mining drones here. We have space for 2. They come with a mining laser and They cost 154,000. We're just gonna do a random mining drone name. I'm not naming these. Luck Bucket. That's a good name for a mining drone. Okay. Now, if I look at our fleet, the mining drones should be... Oh, they have their own section, probably because they're mining drones. Now, it looks like they're not automatically deployed. Let's see how that works. Let's go and mine some tungsten in the next system. Okay. To deploy mining drones, we need to... Deploy and recall fighters is O. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the mining drones, they just do it for me if I order them to. Will they collect it for me? Wait, this is awesome. With 2 mining drones, it literally does take half the time. Guys, we're gonna have so much money here. There's probably better minerals to mine than tungsten, but that feels like the easiest one that we've found thus far. Uranium... Although they're supposedly gold asteroids, I wonder how much that shit sells for. Or the neodymium. We never did collect any neodymium, so we don't know what the market price of that is. Okay, managing multiple ships isn't too difficult at all. I thought it was going to be a pain, but it's not so bad. And it doesn't look like there's any friendly fire. Wait, there's nothing stopping me from just... Wait, there's nothing stopping me from using a sunder to buy another sunder, and then I have 2 sunders, and I mine at 4 times the speed. And then I would have 3 sunders. And then I would have 4 sunders. Hey, wait a second. Hey, wait a second. I think I've gotten the cheat code. The economy cheat code. Once you have money, you can make more money by buying things that make you money. If only there was, oh, like a word for that. But I don't think I can place it right now. I'm amazed that these guys don't, like, shoot you for stealing their minerals. I just fucking stole that guy's tungsten, and he doesn't care. And then O to recall the fighters. Oh, wait, you can see them, like, locked onto the ship there, physically. You can see the little mining drones attached to the Sunder. That's cool. Although when we're heavy, or when we've got a cargo hold full of minerals, I notice that we're very slow. Like, slower than usual. Oh wait, we can't mine there, because you need an outfitter in order to turn in your minerals. Which means we have to land on Earth or on the moon. But not on Mars. Mars doesn't have an outfitter. Oh, we can buy... Oh, we can change out the outfitting on our mining drone. I don't know why we would do that. But we could. Yeah, we made back the money that we spent on the mining drones. Okay, shipyard. What if I sold the Tortuga? Right. We don't need it. Goodbye. And we buy a second Sunder. I'm just gonna randomly generate a name here. Although I think I can... Wait, can I rename ships at any point? Oh, wait. Stories and Dreams? That's a funny name of a ship. We're gonna use that one. Okay, so we have 2 mining ships now. We can't afford more mining drones because we just spent it all on a new ship. However, this should increase our mining speed even faster. Let's just try that out. This could be actually like the most game-breaking way to make money. Become a mining baron? The fuck is that annoying ass sound I'm hearing? I don't know what that was. That was weird. And the thing is, right, now that we have a second Sunder, our cargo space is huge. So now we can make even more money when we turn in our minerals. We're gonna fucking destroy Earth's economy. That's what we're gonna do. What we need to do is get that Sunder its own set of mining drones. I think that should still work. Our tractor beams are fighting. That's kind of... Never mind. Okay, there is one limiting factor, and that is I think we'll run out of asteroids in a system to mine. If we have a bunch of mining ships, we will eventually clear out all the tungsten asteroids. So there's an upper limit to how much profit we can make in one go. But it's got to be up there. I can feel my brain smoothing. Stop jousting. Stop tractor beam jousting. What the fuck is that? Stop that. That's kind of funny. Probably I'm supposed to give them orders to go collect. Their own tungsten. Anybody want to touch beams? That's why I didn't elaborate on that. I could tell where it was going. Do not touch tractor beams in my chat. Do that on your guys' own time. That is not allowed on this website. Okay, wow, here's all the titanium. Meet me at Alpha Centauri. Do not... We're not doing this. Be normal about your tractor beams. That's actually really annoying. But I think when one of our inventories fills up, the other one will no longer use their tractor beam. So it's only a temporary annoyance. I was gonna say, so technically speaking, we're mining faster, but since we have more cargo space, it ends up taking the same amount of time. I didn't factor that in. But we'll make so much money. Stop it! Give me my minerals. I'm fighting with my own ship. This shouldn't be happening. We're supposed to be allies. Don't be fucking possessive over minerals. What are you doing? What do I do once I've broken the galactic economy? Do I just... buy warships and kill everyone? I guess I could do that. I saw that there was a panel in there where you could ask planets for bribes. So we could just, like, extort people for money. That's probably the easiest way to get money. right? You don't have to do anything. You just tell people you'll kill them. That's way better than doing actual work. Okay, now we are completely full on tungsten. Let's see how much all this sells for. We got 30,000 credits. Oh, fuck, we left our... Wait, we left our mining drones behind. I'm gonna need to remember to press that button. Come to me, my children. Okay. Yeah, we need to not hyperspace without our mining drones. That's... They don't have hyperspace engines, so they can't come with us unless they're attached. Now, let's see. Any harvesting tungsten? No. Let's see if Earth has any harvesting of tungsten missions. No. Unfortunate. Let's see how much all this sells for. We have 160 units of tungsten. We sell them all. Yeah, that's 700,000. That's like 700,000. That is the best way of making money that we have found thus far in this game. And nothing is even close. Holy shit. Now we can buy mining drones for the other two ship. Yeah, buy mining drones for the other ship. Okay, and now when I depart, the other ship has the drones installed. We should find better stuff to mine, though. I feel like tungsten isn't the best. I can practically just sit back and do nothing now. With all the drones, they kind of handle it for you. Except for the minor bug with the tractor beams. Although this is definitely faster than before. I feel like I found the cheat code to this game. Right, because once we had the one Sunder, getting the second one was even easier. God, two, th imagine 3 Sunders. Heck, even 4 Sunders. It'd be cool if there was ships with even more mining drone bays, though. Like, if I could have, like, 8 drones instead of 2. Because really, the other Sunder kind of complicates things. If I could just... Why are these people mining with actual weapons? These other ships around us are mining with real weapons they would use against a ship. That's the equivalent of... That's the equivalent of mining, like, gold in real life by taking an N1911 at the ground and shooting it. I don't think that's the same as a mining laser. I don't think that counts. Okay, so now that we have... Okay, we only have 28 tons of space remaining. This is definitely a lot faster than the last time that we were out here. Well, compared to the first stream, we have a lot less money problems than we did originally. We're doing great now. Poverty is behind us. As long as the, like, impending civil war doesn't fuck anything up. Smile. Okay, let's go back to Seoul. Oh, no. Recall your fighters. Okay, now we go back to Seoul. Okay. And we can sell all of this tungsten for... Yeah, we're back up to 115 million. Just from that one run, that was like 800,000. Okay. God damn. What's my net worth now? Net worth is 3.83 million. God, this is... Wow, this is so much better than we were doing before. I'm so glad I decided to try and take mining. However, I think that will be the end of stream. I'm gonna see if there's anybody else online to dump you guys on. But I don't just want to be mining in the future. I think I'd like to buy a warship and check out some of the story missions next stream. But we needed the money to do that first, which we did not have. So I'm gonna see if I can raid into anybody cool at this hour of the day. Okay, let me see who's online. Not many people I recognize. Oh, I know who I'll dump you guys on. That's right, it's Beryl again. Beryl is playing Sulfur. We're gonna go say hi. I don't really have a raid message. However, thank you all for stopping by. There was a couple of resubscriptions. Thank you all for that. Um, I do not know if I'll be streaming on Wednesday or Tuesday this week, but I know for sure I will be streaming on Thursday. Wait, no. I should stream on Wednesday because I won't be able to stream on Thursday. Thursday is Thanksgiving, and I'll probably be busy hanging out with family. So the chances that I stream on Thursday are low. I'll see if I can stream on Wednesday instead. That's gonna be the plan. Will I stream Endless Sky again, or will it be something else? I don't know. I'd like to have I'd like to be able to do the full body motion stream soon, but I've been too lazy to set up the trackers and I've been sick lately, so I haven't had the ability to do the full body to test the full body tracking. Um, I would like to sometime soon. So we'll see what the stream will be. But yeah, see you all Wednesday. Thank you all for stopping by. Have a great rest of your morning and have a good time over at Barrels. Bye bye.